Trump was right. Biden fucked it up, and he got in there and he fixed the border. I mean, that's pretty amazing when you got people like that saying, okay, you did the right thing. So most of the other things, like, I agree, our colleges, insane, have elite colleges gone out of, yes, that's the mouth of the river for all of this crazy woke shit that's where it comes from. And lots of other things where he just, NATO did need to pay more. You know, he identified a problem. Mostly, you know, or at least largely, he has done things which I wouldn't do as the solution. You know, was government bloated? Yes. Should we bring in Elon Musk with the chainsaw? No. NATO did need to pay more. That was not.
You didn't like the style of that.
I didn't like that people were killed and hurt for no good reason.
No.
And that's just not the way. And if there was any silver lining to that one, it was that we found out that actually a lot of the administrations have, when they got in, really took a hard look at where the waste is.
Yeah.
And it's not as much as we thought. It really isn't.
Oh, when other people looked at the waste? Or
Well,
no, because there's a lot of waste.
Even when Elon did.
There's a lot of waste.
Yeah, but not where they cut it. The waste is like in the Pentagon.
Not necessarily.
Really? Where do you think it is?
All over. It's all over the world. You know, it's funding that we are funding for other countries. You know that there's some.
Oh, there's some crazy shit.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit.
No, I remember. I think Bobby did testify about this, and there was stuff in the HHS, but and that's an enormous bureaucracy. That's Health and Human Services. He's not just head of the CDC or the FDA. This is health and this is what, $180 billion or something in this. These are lots of agencies.
Yes.
I mean, but that is a sprawling budget. I mean, he must come home with like fucking tons of work.
He does. Yeah, he does. But
does he take it home?
He's pretty good at. I don't want to say leaving it at the door because that's not necessarily true, but...
What time does he come through the door?
It depends on the day. It really... But, you know, there are calls and things going on all hours of the...
But you're living in Washington?
For the most part, yeah.
Like in a great place in Georgetown or something? Yeah. Georgetown's awesome.
It's so great.
I remember
so great.
I stayed there for a month when I was making the Academy Award-winning movie DC Cab.
I haven't seen that. but now I'm curious. Was it good?
No, it was a big hit though. 1983.
Wow.
Mr. T.
I love Mr. T.
Gary Busey.
Love Gary Busey.
I mean, some very, very, very fine people in there.
Were you guys cab drivers?
We were cab drivers, exactly, in Washington, D.C.
And what, did you know everybody's secrets? Because they were talking on the phone. No, people didn't have cell phones then.
No, but Cheryl, what haunted us was the idea that maybe whatever dreams we had for another life were not going to come true, and maybe we really were cab drivers.
Oh, that was
I wanted to be a musician.
But you couldn't.
Well,
couldn't. You know, counting votes and do we have your support?
The minutiae.
Yeah, and it's like we and even like the hearings.
Horse trading.
Yeah, horse trading. And tomorrow, a lot of stuff is like popping off every day. Like tomorrow, we're making an announcement.
Bobby has to do that? Like he has to do that kind of horse trading with senators and congressmen to get their support on shit?
I wouldn't say he does horse trading, but you know, something like favored nations drug pricing, you know, that was not easy to do.
Favored nations drug.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge. Okay.
Yes.
Do we have your support?
The minutiae.
Yeah, and it's like we and even like the hearings.
Horse trading.
Yeah, horse trading. And tomorrow, a lot of stuff is like popping off every day. Like tomorrow, we're making an announcement. Tomorrow, a lot of stuff is like popping off every day.
All right, let's do a recording. Hey YouTube, we are live on kick.com and on YouTube, of course, but this is going to be posted on YouTube. We have Cheryl Hines, the wife of RFK Jr. talking to Bill Maher on his Club Random show. Let's just go straight into it. This is going to blow your mind. That Bill doesn't know half the shit that's going on that is good on the other side, good on opposite to him, right? Good that Trump is doing, etc., except for like the biggest stuff, like hostages and all that. And so this is gonna, well, maybe it won't shock you. We'll see. Let's get into it.
Like tomorrow, we're making an announcement.
Bobby has to do that. Like he has to do that kind of horse trading with senators and congressmen to get their support on shit.
I wouldn't say he does horse trading, but you know, something like favored nations drug pricing. You know, that was not easy to do.
Favored nations drug pricing.
Yeah. So the president and Bobby. It was really important to the president that Americans don't pay more for pharmaceutical drugs than other countries. So we've been paying.
Important to the president that we don't pay outrageously higher prices than other countries. In other words, there's all this crazy, there's this insane thing that happened where, oh, you know, we're the richest country in the world, the most prosperous, we have the most prosperous citizens, and our dollar value is just more. So Americans have more buying power. So therefore, the drug companies, we weren't allowed to negotiate prices, right? And basically what happened is even our allies over in Europe, you know, they only have to pay, you know, $200 for a 1,000, that something in America we'll have to pay $1,000 for. You know, that's the pharmaceutical thing. So we got that done with Trump and Bobby Kennedy.
Sometimes 100% more, 500% more.
There's no laws about it.
No.
It's crazy.
And so to get that to happen.
What to happen? So we're fixing that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we've had big pharmaceutical companies come in and say, yes, we're doing it. We're not going to charge Americans more than we charge other
Yeah, I read
countries.
about Pfizer.
Yeah, Pfizer. I mean,
what?
That's amazing that they, you know, that these companies are coming forward and saying, yes, we'll do it. Because, you know, it's going to be, I don't want to say a loss for them, but when, you know, a drug price was $1,200 and now it's going to be $200.
Right.
Like somebody somewhere is having to shift. So things like that, you know, where
But we're really doing that. That's going to happen.
It's happening.
Yeah.
It's already happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he didn't know. It's one of the biggest things that the left is constantly on about, is getting the cost of healthcare down, and this was a massively driving factor. So the pharmaceuticals will say, well, this drug, we're going to charge $1,500 for this drug, for this pharmaceutical. And then the health insurance company that is your, you know, a coverage plan, you know, they have to just raise prices on a plan so much to be able to, across the board, to be able to cover even partially some of these drug prices. They're insane. So yeah, and he has no idea. See, it's all about what you're exposed to, guys. This is a window into the information bubble that people live in.
And it's going.
Well, that's another one.
Right. I'm not mad about this.
Not just not mad, but how about give credit?
Celebrate. No.
If they did it, because that certainly has been on the Democratic wish list forever.
No.
As it should be.
Yeah.
I remember when Obamacare was first getting off the ground, the first thing they did was have the pharmaceutical companies in, because they understood if we don't have some support from these motherfuckers, nothing is happening after that.
Mm-hmm.
And so people, of course, the purists, always the cowardiest people in the world, because it's so easy to be a purist. We're like, oh, he's making deals with pharma. Yes, he's making deals. That's how it's done, because nobody gets everything. And Obamacare, you know, we should have had a public option. we shoulda.
Yeah.
And this is what's practical. This is what was possible. The art of the possible is what they say politics is. I mean, it passed by one vote.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You know, being an insider looking in, where it's like, this person needs this to happen to say yes to that thing, and you know, calls are going back and forth, and sometimes you don't even know if it's going to happen until the press, you know, conference, and it's.
And you see this because he's like on the phone while you're in the room.
Well, I see it because I know that it's on the table. I mean, it's not a secret. You know, that's not a secret that it was really important to get favored nations drug pricing for Americans.
But also politicians famously, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, talk to their wives. You know, I think Trump talks to Melania a lot. I think she's quite influential. I don't have any like hard evidence of that. First of all, there's just been a huge change you can see in the fact that they like each other again. There was a period where, you know, remember the slapping of the hand?
But by the way, I read Melania's book, and there was a reason for that. The slapping of the hand. Because she said that they were walking on a, you know, pathway on a sidewalk, and then it became narrow. And she wanted him to go ahead of her, and he tried to hold her hand, and she, you know, was just like, no, I'm going to walk behind because there's not enough room on the sidewalk. So she talks about that in her book. And she talks about, but people came after us and said, can you believe this? And it's like, what is she, you know, if she spent time addressing everything that people said, and she also talked about, you know, she supports a woman's right to choose, and she said a lot of things in her book that, of course,
I think he talks to her a lot.
Yeah,
I think he really. I think it's very unreported, and I'm just guessing, but it's what my impression is, that he actually goes to her for counsel, and that she is a moderating influence, as is Ivanka probably.
I would. I mean,
you know, it's good to have women around you.
It's good to have women around you. That's why I came on your show, Bill. I wanted to tell you that. It's always good to have women around you, whether they're wearing leather or red lace. You know what? Just let them be.
Red clothes are even worse. You know who
Really?
Well, all I can think of is Nancy Reagan.
Oh, whoa.
Republican women iconically wear red.
Oh, so even just you looking at a red dress, you're like, no, Republican.
No, this was way before MAGA. I didn't like a red dress. I just feel like a bull. I'm telling you, it's like, oh, you're going to run at this because it's like, I don't know.
Look over here.
It's just not a sexy color.
I think you might be alone in this.
I don't care. Why should I care? Well, we're all alone in our taste.
We are.
And we should be.
As we should be. We shouldn't be judged for it like I'm judging you right now.
I'm not. No. I mean, it's color? Who gives a shit? It's like saying, why don't you like mustard? Because I don't.
Yeah. Because I don't. Get off my back. I know. I think I thought about that too when Bobby was announcing that he was running. I really thought, oh, what color am I going to wear? Because you have to think about it.
You mean for the announcement?
Yeah, for his announcement.
Oh, there's a lot you have to think about.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot walk out of the house without your armor on, I'm guessing. I mean, psychologically. Am I wrong?
Oh, you're right.
You have to be like...
Ready.
Because, you know, the press, I know people think they're nice. They're not your friends. And they're not trying to be your friends. Their motto is, I didn't come here to make friends.
Yeah.
I came here to get a scalp on the wall. And if it's yours, so be it.
It's not my problem. Doing my job, man.
I'm just a hunter with a rifle, and you're just a deer in the headlights.
Yeah, and you knew you were walking out in the field.
Yeah, and you knew it.
You knew it.
Right.
It was a risk you took, and
absolutely
how it worked out.
Yeah.
No, it's true. It's true. You know, when you don't know, I'm not even a politician. You know what I mean? I'm not even a politician, and people.
Well, when you're the wife of Bobby Kennedy, you are de facto.
Involved.
To a degree, you are a politician. You just, you know, you can sing the song, What I Did for Love.
What I Did for...
What show is that from?
Oh. Wait,
It's a great song, right?
is it you sing it? What I did for love. That one?
I can't. I'm too stoned to sing because I can't hear it in my head. No, but it's a great. You know this.
Yes, yes.
You know what song? It's not. It must be from a Broadway show. I feel like it's definitely from a Broadway show.
Somebody here must know, no?
Well, we don't. We don't.
You won't let them in.
We're the only ones here.
Thank you.
That's what I love about this show. We're the only ones.
I know
here.
nobody's around.
You know, this is. We're going back to the time when people didn't look things up.
You just have a
If we don't know if we don't know what Broadway show,
then we don't deserve. If we don't know it by now, we don't deserve to know. Yeah,
it will come to us.
It'll come to us.
It will come to us. Let us.
I know. Now I feel like I need to know. I'm gonna let it go. What's it all about, Alfie? No.
But
is that
it would fit you. You could sing that song because you've given up a lot for love.
Well, I think we all do. But this is a very particular situation. This is very specific that I didn't see coming.
Any political wife gives up a lot for love.
Or husband.
Or husband.
Yeah.
You mean the almost first gentleman? Did you know him?
No, Doug.
Doug Emhoff.
That sounds right. I know, and I just read the book. I think that's his last name.
Somehow I think Doug Emhoff has heard the words, that sounds right, about him many times in his life. Anyway, Doug Emhoff, who, look, I'm sure is a very nice guy. I don't know why I have to bring this up, but we're talking about him anyway. But he was credibly accused of sexual misfeasance, shall we say, during the campaign.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Really? That never got on your radar?
No, there was a lot of other crap on my radar.
Well, that just shows you when the left-wing bubble wants to close the wagons and make you not see it. No, look, I'm not saying he did anything that should have disqualified her in any way, but they just did cover it up, and it was very similar to other things that they have blown crazy out of proportion. It seemed credible. It was in Cannes, he was on a date, this is before Kamala, and he just acted like in a terribly rude, horrible, misogynistic way. And it was just like, no, he's her husband, we don't see that, you know. They did him on Saturday Night Live in sketches, and it was just like, oh, kind of boring, you know, old
sweet
Doug, yeah, sweet Doug. And like that thing was just, when they want to disappear a person or an idea,
situation, yeah.
They take that very seriously. I know, Trump disappears people into vans, and I'm not for that. But you can disappear an idea.
Yeah.
You
well,
know?
Especially if you control the media.
Yeah, and look, they have a lot of the media too. It's just that we each have our own media.
Yes, and that's all people watch. They watch the one that they like to hear what they're saying. I know, it was really during the...
what do you guys watch?
I like News Nation. I like News Nation because
that's my boy Cuomo.
Yeah.
Love him.
I do too.
He's been here.
And I like that they, talk about both sides.
Exactly, and the Free Press does that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
It is very hard to get both sides.
Yeah.
I look at, I read the New York Times and the New York Post. Because, like, it's just amazing. It's only when I read them both where I'm like, okay, now I fully understand the situation.
No, that's what I have to do when I watch the news. So I'll have to watch CNN, and then I'll have to watch Fox News, and then I'll have to figure out, okay, what's up.
No, watch my show. Because I will give you both in one show.
By the way, that's what I love about you.
Yeah, thank you.
I love that.
I will give you both in one show.
You're like, here's what's happening.
Yeah.
You might hate hearing this.
Right. But here's the real.
This is what's happening.
Here's the real on both of them.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said about both of them. And, and
it's odd that there's not more of that. It's odd that there's not more of somebody just reporting the news instead of...
There's such a
lot of feelings in the news.
There's such a cognitive dissonance.
Well, the shutdown is a smokescreen, right? Because they had the EO that did all this for healthcare. They were going to get the budget passed. They know they cannot get what they're demanding And of course, in the mainstream legacy media, all you hear is, "Oh, it's a Republican." The Republicans have the House, they have the Congress, they have the President, they have the Supreme Court, and so it must be therefore their fault. But you need 60 votes to pass the bill. And so because they have 53 Republicans in the Senate. They need 60 votes to pass the bill to keep the government open. Okay? The budget's been decided and they need to pass it now. Well, the Democrats voted no, and continue to try to keep the government shut down. No matter how many people are going without food stamps, no matter how many people are suffering, they know that in the media they can just blame it on the Republicans because they have the Senate, they have the House. But except they can't get this thing through and get people the money that they need. The air traffic controllers aren't getting paid. There's all kinds of government funded people that are not getting paid, and it's because of the Democrats.
It's between the news and our actual lives. Like, if you absolutely could block out all the news, if you didn't even know who the president was, I would guess your life is pretty sweet. You live in Georgetown. You're married to an exciting guy.
That is true.
He is.
He is. He's fascinating.
And exciting people are going to be flawed.
That's true.
That's
true.
Hillary never left Bill. I always thought she was great for that. And there was some point along the way, and they asked her when she was talking about it, and she said, yeah, I think she literally said the words, he's a hard dog to keep on the porch, which is awesome if it's true, and even if it's not, it's still awesome. But she said,
but it doesn't sound like something she'd say. She doesn't strike me as somebody who says, like my mama used to always say.
Well, she did live in Arkansas for a long time. We could look it up, but we're not going to do it now.
We're not going to. And by the time we're done with this,
Right.
we're going to not think about the porch and the dog.
We'll both be canceled by the time we're done with it.
That's true. They're not going to let me back in D.C. either when we're done with this.
She said, I don't like it. It was a long time ago. I don't want to mangle her words, but the essence of it was, I've never met a more interesting person in my life. So you know what? Go fuck yourself. I'm gonna stick with the person who there's nobody I'd rather talk to shit about, and I think what she was thinking is in time he will calm down. What?
I like that you spent so much time thinking about what Hillary Clinton. I like that you really you took those words in and you're like, I think it applies to me. I know what she's saying.
Because I think it applies to me.
In what way?
I think in time he will calm down.
Have you calmed down? You calmed down.
Yes. And there's someone who I give a lot of credit for thinking that about me.
That you calm down?
That I would calm down.
I never said I thought you would calm down. You're the one that just said that.
No, I'm just saying. I give a lot of credit to someone who had that faith. I think at some point he will calm down.
But
you don't want to be completely calm because then you're boring.
That's right.
So, I'd rather have the interesting part. Life's short enough.
Yeah.
And let's be there for the interesting parts. And like I say, reading the news, you can get yourself into a lather of anxiety. But your actual life,
yeah.
If you didn't know, you're wearing great clothes. I love the leather.
Don't backpedal
It does
now.
It does really look good.
That wasn't the first thing you said.
It's a great outfit.
I don't like women in leather.
It's a great outfit.
You meant like a leather bikini.
I meant yes,
Leather.
like a leather that's...
Really thinking about this.
Okay. But...
no, I do have a good life. I have a great life. And
a lot of people do, and many don't, and we care about them.
Yeah.
And that's compassion, and that's the Republicans definitely lack a certain chip for compassion. In general, they do.
Which is strange because that's what I always thought that was the backbone of.
Republicans?
No, Democrats.
It is the backbone.
But it's not it doesn't. Yeah. It's not feeling like that.
Their head is up their ass on so many things that.
So, I just put together a couple of different things that I wanted to show you guys. I'm going to go ahead and end the clip there for YouTube side. I didn't have a lot to add to this except for I wanted you guys to see just the absolute insanity and on the left, and not just that, but coming from a guy who's literally on the left his whole life, and so is Cheryl Hines. I mean, married to Bobby Kennedy of all people. So we'll see you on the next one. Thanks for watching. We're going to stay live on the Kick and YouTube side. Have a good one. All right.
Their goal is compassion, and they wind up doing the reverse. Great example. We live in California. They were very compassionate about the environment, and so they made it a law that you couldn't like fuck with some kind of shrub that was going to be endangered if you, and it was like brush for the fire, and the fire caused actual more pollution. I don't know if you have one of those little dials in your home that tells you the quality of the air, but this week it was horrible.
Oh, really?
Yes. I mean, like when it's fine, it's a little man who's grinning. And then if it's getting a little worse, it's like he's yellow and like.
Uh-oh.
And then.
If it's bad.
And this whole
Is
week
his hair
it was
like
just in orange.
And what are you supposed to? You're not supposed to.
Well, I don't know what that's from.
Is that? Is that?
But the fires.
Yeah.
I've read the stats. The pollution from the fires was worse than like anything. Worse than all the cars, and it reversed like 20 years of progress that we did by fixing the car situation or making it better. I mean, so like you can just stupid your way to the opposite effect, And there's a lot of that because it's just very important to these people that they are seen as the good people.
Yeah.
So they just wind up having the reverse effect, I think, often, well-meaning as they are. But it's just very, very, very important to them to be seen as the good people. And what they're willing to do to get that reputation sometimes is counterproductive.
It's true. And they can be very judgmental. I mean, I guess both sides can, but
of course,
yeah,
absolutely.
But it's if it's somebody who all your life is telling you they accept everybody, no matter who they are, they're perfect the way they are, and then suddenly it's like, except you're not great. He's not great. Don't talk to that person. They're not.
They're very hypocritical about heterosexual relationships that are age inappropriate for the people who are supposed to be, well,
all accepting.
Well, and the Zoran Mondani, just so you know, we're talking about a guy who said and got on the bandwagon of globalize the Intifada, which is literally just calling out and saying that you want to commit jihad, global jihad. Because globalizing the Intifada means to first, Intifada is a little different in that first its priority is to eradicate and eliminate and completely destroy Israel and all of her people. And second, it is to commit jihad on a global scale, meaning you convert to Islam or die. And this is a dude that is now the mayor of the city where the towers fell from jihadi terrorist attacks. It's insane.
Born that way. This is what my body is telling me to do.
What, do people give you a hard time? You don't have to answer.
Yeah, they do. And I don't give a fuck if they do.
I'm sure you don't.
This is what my body is telling me to do.
Yeah, I'm honoring my body.
And by the way, it's what 90% of men's bodies are telling them to do.
You're just acting on it.
Get with a 20-year-old. That's what their bodies are telling them to do.
If you can.
I don't know what I'm saying. Mental people in the... So frustrating about the times we live in. Like politically, I am more with the Democrats and the liberals, especially...
Yeah, he's less than he thinks.
On the issue of, democracy and trying to preserve it.
Okay.
But on the other issues, they just get under my skin, the left, so much. Whereas the right, you could have this conversation And, you know, all my friends on the right, Kid Rock, who brought me to the White House, people like that, Dana White, Trump himself, all these people, you can have these conversations. Charlie Kirk was here. All these people, you can have these conversations and come to that point. I remember when Dana was here, when all of them were here, probably, we get to that point where we're kind of yelling at each other.
Yeah.
And then I always take it back down. And by the time they leave, we're all great friends.
Yeah.
And they're okay with that.
Yeah.
The left isn't that way.
No.
They're more like, no, if you're not with me, I fucking hate you, and you're a deplorable.
Exactly.
Or you're with the deplorables, or you're talking to the deplorables, or you had dinner with Hitler, or something.
I know.
And it's just like, it's like you people are you're such babies. You're just not sophisticated people. To quote another show on our network, you are not serious people. Serious people talk to each other, and they accept that you're going to get to this point where you don't agree. Just again, the marriage thing. It's just this. It's very comparable to politics. There are things you're just going to go, I don't know what the fuck, but can we fix this together?
Yeah.
And can you not hate me? And if you don't hate me, maybe I'll, let's just. I see.
All right, so I asked ChatGPT, right? I had ChatGPT look into all this. So let's see what it has to say.
That we have Marjorie
Trump
Taylor.
EO says Americans are subsidizing the world on drug prices, orders that Americans should get the lowest price, most favored nation, that any rich country gets. Tells HHS to enable direct-to-consumer sales at that price. Gives pharma 30 days to match. If they don't, the admin will move to impose MFN pricing, allow more importation, hit anti-competitive behavior, and use trade FDA agency tools to stop global freeloading. All within existing law. Dem shutdown posture, under the they won't get the policy assumption. It's about narrative, not the ask. Goal is to brand it as Trump GOP can't govern because GOP controls the elected branches, so pain from unpaid workers SNAP is narratively billed to Republicans. That live shutdown story also buries positive Trump moves, like the EO, by keeping media attention on chaos. Schumer, facing a blue state progressive flank, has incentive to look like he fought, not like he compromised with Trump. Holding out pleases AOC left and gives 2026 material. Shutdown pressure usually peels off Republicans first, not Democrats, so Dems can sit tight and let GOP divisions grow. The 4 positions they want locked in. 1. GOP Trump equals shutdown chaos. 2. Dems equals defending healthcare people. 3. Schumer didn't betray the left. 4. Media equals blames the side that runs government. Net EO is a consumer-friendly Trump win. Shutdown plus media framing is the Dem tactic to keep him from cashing in on it, and to score internal base politics instead of actual policy concessions.
There you go. There you go. So it's all ploy. It's all just bullshit. And shit like George Soros and all them, they fund all this shit. Alright, Mamdani has won, and we have a Soviet immigrant warning of Mamdani's socialist push.
Well, the results are in, and the lure of socialism is alive and growing across the country, even in our capital of capitalism, New York City. Democrat socialist Zoran Mamdani is going to be the mayor of the Big Apple, and with him come some very costly ideas.
This will be an age where New York frees the rent and
how he pays for all these
our city.
Yeah, it's just nuts. So, we have Zoran Mamdani winning his election in New York City, a guy who got on the bandwagon saying globalize the Intifada, which is a jihadi stance. He's now the mayor of the city where the 2 towers fell. This is insane.
Now, how he pays for all these multi-billion-dollar programs, still not clear. But the affordability message that he pitched in the campaign is resonating as polling shows how Americans across the country feel. 7 in 10 say grocery costs are higher than a year ago, and 6 in 10 report that their utility bills are also rising.
The biggest issue for me was all the affordability, the inflation, groceries, and all of that.
How do you pay $2,000 for a one-bedroom apartment? It's ridiculous.
Having trouble keeping up with the rent, buying groceries, and a lot of people living in our buildings for years. We've had families there for over a decade, and they can't afford to live here anymore.
And despite a track record of failure across the world, the false promises of a socialist utopia continue to lure people in. Even a growing number on Main Street who feel strained as Wall Street flourishes. Now, the indoctrination of socialism starts in our education system.
College is a place where it's one of the only places where bad ideas can keep living because they never get tested against reality.
Yeah, because they never get tested in reality. Except they have been tested elsewhere in the world and a lot of other places, even in specific zones throughout American history. But a lot of other countries, the Soviet Union, North Korea, China, the rise of Mao, Tiananmen Square incident. Like, I don't know about you guys, but if you know anything about these countries, it was not the best place to live.
But time and again, we've seen nations that have experimented with socialism come hobbling back to free market systems. Could a short dance with socialism be just the kind of real-life education Americans need? We're going to be tackling all these questions with our all-star panel. Plus, campus reform reporter Emily Sturge is going to be helping us understand how a major revolution in education could help us end the radical brainwashing of our future leaders. So let's get right into it. Joining me now for a packed hour, we have Wall Street Journal editorial board member Alicia Finley, The Fixer host on Fox, Marcus Lemonis, NYC councilwoman and immigrant from the Soviet Union, Ina Vernikov, and United Refining Company chairman and CEO, as well as Red Apple Group chairman and CEO, John Catsimatidis. Great to see you all. Thank you for being here. Ina, first to you. Your family came to escape Marxism. Now you're living in a capitalist city that has a Marxist mayor. How does that make you feel?
Oh, it's absolutely devastating. Families like mine escaped socialism and communism. The former Soviet Union was a communist country, and we fled here in the 80s and the 90s for capitalism, for the free market economy, for the American dream. This is the country, this is the place where our parents taught us, if you work hard, you could be anything you want to be, and that's exactly what happened. We came here, we didn't speak English, we had to get accustomed to a new country, to a new life, to a new language. We became doctors, we became lawyers. I'm a member of the government in the largest city in the world, and the idea that everything that we escaped is coming here is absolutely unbelievable.
We should mention, by the way, that you're in a very rare conservative enclave, or at least more conservative than most of New York, where a lot of former residents of the Soviet Union live. So that reflects your opinion, and I assume the people that live in your community as well.
Oh, my constituents are absolutely devastated. We all feel the same way about this.
John Catsimatidis, for those who don't know you, you're in a lot of different businesses, oil, grocery stores, etc. How does a business person do business with a Marxist mayor?
It's going to be more difficult. We are hoping that Governor Hochul, who's the current governor, is tough enough to lean on him to make sure he does the right things. Then we have President Trump, who's one tough guy, and he has said to me and has said to people that the fact is that federal funds will keep moving to New York, but I suggested to him maybe put a monitor in to make sure the money is spent properly and doesn't go poof.
By the way, we saw that in the 1970s. There was the Mack Commission, a commission that monitored very closely the budgets as New York was essentially going bankrupt. Is it a similar thing that you want to impose now?
Well, I told President Trump, I said to him, my recommendation is let the people of the city of New York and the state of New York should not suffer. It's to make sure the money is spent properly is the proper situation. And the money should keep flowing, but you should have somebody in there that you trust to oversee it.
Marcus, the fact that the focus is on New York is because it's such an extraordinary situation. The city of capitalism with a Marxist mayor. But this kind of movement you see happening all over America. You've got businesses all over America. Yeah. How is middle America responding to all this?
I think the one thing that we have to think about as we sit here today is that affordability is an issue everywhere. It is not just in New York City.
Absolutely.
From Seattle to Minneapolis to Chicago to wherever it may be. But I have a high level of confidence, and you probably would expect me to say this, that capitalism will always win out. And that the idea of socialism is, in my opinion, a good experiment. But you say that we're just going to experience it for the first time. What's going to happen? It exists everywhere. Mm-hmm. It exists everywhere. This idea that people want things for free and don't want to work for it exists everywhere.
But Alicia, it hasn't existed in the Democratic Party for everywhere. And that's the question. Democrats are now clasping hands with Marxists like Mamdani. I just want to play a little bit from Governor Kathy Hochul about a week ago when she fully endorsed Mamdani. Play that tape.
Take that energy, that passion, and take it into 26 so that we can take back the House of Representatives, take the Senate, and we take back America. Thank you, Queens. Thank you, New York. God love you guys.
It's utterly insane.
Look at that. There was the shot there, the hands raised in the air. So has socialism now become a platform of the Democrat Party?
Well, I think the party is moving in that direction, but you have to actually look at some other places in the country where it's moving in the opposite direction. I would point to San Francisco, where you have a Mayor Daniel Lurie who has struck a decidedly different tone, has positioned himself more as a moderate and is trying to tackle the city's problems, homelessness, the cost of living, and has actually tried to welcome businesses, suggested lowering tax rates. And you look out in LA and you have Mayor Karen Bass, who has been an abject failure. But it looks like the city is actually moving in the opposite direction and may elect a reformer. Austin Buechner, former LA superintendent, LA Unified superintendent, a very pro-business background, is mounting a formidable challenge. So what you see is in many cities around the country, when they swing left, they tend to swing back right. And so I think, and you also saw, by the way, on the New Jersey and Virginia races, they elected moderate Democrats, at least Democrats who campaigned as moderate.
And in fact,
we're not radical.
We've seen it not only in cities in America, but we've seen it in countries too. I mean, Bernie Sanders is always talking about how he'd like to be like Sweden socialism. Well, the Swedish socialists were on the run recently because the fact that their system wasn't working out so well. They haven't veered all the way to the conservative side, but they've certainly dropped a lot of their socialism.
Well, that's right. They privatized a number of businesses, deregulated their telecom sector, reduced their tax rates. They are still very high. And they've, by the way, they've also have vouchers, private school vouchers. Yeah. In some ways, they're actually more of a market system than the U.S. is.
Although I got to tell you, I did the homework, and the highest tax rate in Sweden is now equal to living in New York or California and paying taxes, 52% if you add it all in. So it's, we are becoming more socialists as the socialists are becoming less so. Well, America's Democrat socialists want to take the failed practice of public housing to new extremes, even calling for a complete government takeover of private housing in America. And they want to do the same with medicine. Watch.
Asinine.
Presidents Ronald Reagan and FDR represented different parties, but both recognized that government safety nets could suffocate our free market if they grew too big. In a State of the Union address in 1935, FDR said, quote, "Continued dependence upon relief induces a spiritual and moral disintegration, fundamentally destructive to the national fiber." Ronald Reagan put it more simply.
Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
Since then, government has grown far bigger than either could have imagined. But American socialists insist that government's not big enough. They suggest that all our needs, including food, housing, and health care, are a national right. The socialist, the next mayor of New York, has even suggested a government takeover of private housing.
We'll have to go beyond the market. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do.
Decommodify is Marxist newspeak for removing the tradable value of an asset. But do American homeowners really want to see their single most important asset lose its value? As for public housing, whether in the South Bronx or Chicago, most of those experiments have ended as filthy, crime-ridden failures. Socialized medicine isn't much different. Even Bernie Sanders now admits that Obamacare hasn't fixed health care.
Remember, right now, our healthcare system is broken.
Ronald Reagan would remind Bernie that Obamacare and fully socialized healthcare systems are broken because there's too much government, not too little. Both major political parties used to agree that what made this country the most prosperous in the world was our free market, not socialism. John, what we were hearing from Mamdani is full-blown Marxism. To use a word like decommodify housing means to take the value of a $50 trillion private asset, that's the amount of money Americans have in their homes, and give it to the government. This is dangerous stuff.
Well, we have in New York City, we have what you call the NYCHA housing. And guess what? It was built by government money. People moved in. Guess what's going on? Nobody pays the rent, and nobody's getting evicted. So it doesn't work. NYCHA housing doesn't work. It's some people are paying the rent. Most of them are not paying the rent. Yeah. So what happened? You know, if you compare Florida to New York, right now, Florida has 23,700,000 people. New York is down.
We're going to get into that. We're going to get into all those details in a moment. But Marcus, the fact is, despite the fact there's an affordability crisis, I believe, particularly among young people in America right now, you do have some progress being made right now. You look at household income, for example, since Donald Trump came into office, and it is going up. The household income is going up above the rate of inflation. You also have the interesting situation that while Mamdani really campaigned on the idea of higher taxes, that's the only way he's going to pay for all of his extra billions of dollars of programs.
This is the key right here. You know, this is the key.
New York voters, when they were asked about the question, do you like taxes, 60% of them said taxes actually hurt the economy. So there are all these contradictions.
But it's more important than that. There's more important info here. All the people that could actually, you know, be taxed at 52% or higher even, you know, like tax so much, as many of them and as much of them as you want, they're going to leave, and they already are. All the wealthy people, like 70% of the wealthiest folks in New York are simply going to pack up and go somewhere else. That's the bottom line. That's it. That's all that matters. And because that is the plan. They're just going to pack up. They're going to go somewhere else. And then where's the revenue going to come from if you can't tax them because they don't live there?
In people's views right now.
I think he did an outstanding job of tapping into how people are feeling today.
Yes.
They didn't want a solution. They just wanted to know they were being acknowledged. When you look at New York City or any other major city, commerce is ultimately what determines the prosperity. And if people don't want to be in the environment, they don't want to work here, they don't want to visit here, there's going to be less folks coming here, less jobs, and what we think looks like socialism today is going to turn into devastation. I don't believe that's going to happen.
Alicia, spreading it beyond New York, California just is pushing this new wealth tax. New York would also have a wealth tax if Mamdani's able to convince the people in Albany, the people that run the state, to accede to his demands to have a wealth tax in New York City above what we already have.
So, okay, I need to explain this. The wealth tax it's literally insane. Everybody always says Elon Musk is worth X amount, 400, 500 billion, and he recently got the package. And he's already the richest man in the world. He might become the first trillionaire. when you say that, does that mean he's actually a trillionaire? No. And here's why. When they're giving you the numbers of money that he's worth, what they're talking about is all of his employees that he pays. This is money that he gives. They're adding up the sum total of all the assets, all the companies, the corporations. So X.com, right? XAI, right? SpaceX, the Boring Company, Tesla. Every company that he runs would have to literally liquidate. That is, they would sell every single solitary thing, fire all their people, and just erase everything and anything that is a business of Elon Musk. And then, only then, do you get the number $500 billion, right? So when you add up the sum total value of every single company and all their employees, that is why they say, oh, he's worth $500 billion. It does not mean at all, not even close, does it mean that he has anywhere near even $1 billion just sitting in the bank. I mean, it's possible. Likely, he certainly doesn't carry that around like, he's got more than enough to take care of whatever he should ever want anywhere he goes, sure. I'm sure he has a card or something that he can use to pay for and buy whatever he wants wherever he is. But the idea that he has anywhere more than just a couple million, they just so overblow how much money he actually has. Because he doesn't actually have it. All of his money, all of it, most of it, is tied up and goes into his companies, paying his employees, and growing those companies, right? SpaceX, everybody, they get their paycheck when they say he's worth $500 billion. Yeah, and all that money is going to as in paychecks to the people that work for him, that work for his companies. So it's like it's just, and what they want to do is, oh, if you're worth this much, if you're worth 500 billion, we're going to 5% tax you, meaning 5% tax on $500 billion would be $10 billion, and he doesn't have that to pay. Okay? It's insane. You're taxing him on money he doesn't have. Right? Because that $500 billion, he doesn't have that. That's not his. It is and it isn't, but it isn't, because it's all, he would have to start cannibalizing his companies and firing people to pay a tax like that. All the companies would.
How many times have wealth taxes failed around the world? People just pick up and move, go somewhere else.
I think that's exactly right, and you saw that in Europe, and that's why the French government has been reluctant to do so despite pressures from their left. Now, in California, they're scrounging for revenue, partly because the pandemic, COVID relief money is drying up. The income tax does generate revenue, but that could be also a problem if you have a market downturn. So hence, they are looking for a wealth tax to essentially confiscate the money. I'd also point out that Democrats in Congress in 2021 proposed what is essentially
Yeah. So keep in mind, they're talking about taxing your investments, right? You haven't realized any gain and haven't made any money because your investment is in the market system currently trying to make money, right? And then whatever, your stock value goes up, but it's not like you're withdrawing anything from that. It stays in the marketplace. It is literally tied up into and being invested into companies. And that's how investment capital works. And so you're taxing them on money they don't have.
A wealth tax, and that is a mark-to-mark tax on capital gains, so unrealized income. Now, I would not discount that as a possibility if Democrats gain control of Congress and the White House in 2028.
I believe we have a sound from Senator Blumenthal that I'd like to play, because there is so much spending going on, not just on the local level, but already on the federal level, particularly with regard to Obamacare. Here's Senator Blumenthal. Roll it.
When the Affordable Care Act was passed, health care was a lot less costly than it is now, and insurance rates were a lot lower. So these health care tax credits are necessary in light of health care inflation to make it affordable.
Yeah, what they're saying is part of the demands and the reason for the shutdown, part of it, this is a small part of it, is that they want to extend government-funded subsidies, in other words, giving money to companies, pharmaceutical companies, health insurance companies, so that they can help to pay for health insurance for people. And here's the problem with that. They're subsidizing, I mean, in other words, the insurance premiums and your insurance companies, as people have pointed out constantly, is so expensive and so outrageous. And it's so bad. Obamacare has caused this by subsidizing it. In other words, they're able to basically, I mean, if it's so good, why is it not able to stand on its own? In other words, you can't buy the health insurance from Obamacare unless government pays for it. It's so bad, it's so expensive that the government has to pay for it, and they continue to drive prices up by paying for it.
Ina, it looks like Obamacare is becoming socialized medicine. How did socialized medicine work where you came from?
Oh, terrible. It didn't. There were lines to the doctor. The doctor would use one set of instruments. The quality of healthcare was terrible. And it just doesn't work. It didn't work in the Soviet Union. It doesn't work in any other country.
Right. By the way, my wife had a stroke in London. Thankfully, she's okay, but we had to spend a month in British healthcare. Same in British healthcare. They were very nice people, but they were broke.
They were not very nice people in the Soviet Union.
Okay, probably not. But in London, they were good people, but they couldn't. The nurses had these little pocket screwdrivers with them wherever they went because all the equipment was breaking down. They didn't have the right medicines. People were dying of MRSAs all around us.
And no anesthesia.
No. Oh, God. All right. Thank you, folks. Stick around. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Because when medicine is not, when a company is not for profit, you know, the for-profit part of being a company is what helps to incentivize quality, right? Excellence of care, providing the best doctors, providing the best instruments. You can't do that when you say you just want it for free, and we'll just tax you for it. All right. We'll see you next time on the next one, guys. Thanks for watching on the YouTube side. Comment, like, and subscribe below. And we are live on Kick.com. We're going to keep streaming on YouTube and Kick. See you next time. All right, guys. Let's move on. Just crazy. There's a bunch of different stuff.
2008. I'm the guy who brought George Soros to the front. No one would talk about him. And I was just the front. All
right. Hey, YouTube, this is another clip I'm going to give you from Jillian Michaels' show, talking to Glenn Beck about George Soros and the rise of communism. Let's get into it.
2008. I'm the guy who brought George Soros to the front. No one would talk about him. And I was just dumb enough to not know you don't talk about him. And now to know that he is a household name where people are like, no, look what he's done. Look what he's done. There are countries around the world that have banned him from being in their countries. Why we allow this guy just to run roughshod and and pretend that he's a good guy
right.
is insanity. Insanity.
Can we talk for a second about who this guy is, who his son is, for people who don't know? And I do want to point out one thing for everyone listening. I'm uniquely familiar with him because the Soros family, they're the ones that put the DAs in place in California who did the following. They declined prosecution for many nonviolent misdemeanors, shoplifting, drug possession, quality of life crimes. And what that begot was literally the facilitation of trafficked minors on the streets of Los Angeles because cops are now not allowed to intervene due to anti-loitering laws. They ended cash bail for most.
Bro, how can anyone support this? This is Jillian Michaels, a lesbian married woman that lives in LA, has her whole life, lifetime Democrat. Again, here we go, expressing the failures of the left. Literally incentivizing crime, making it unlivable in LA. It's nuts. Like, let's get that again.
Allowed trafficked minors on the streets of Los Angeles because cops are now not allowed to intervene due to anti-loitering
children, kids.
Laws. They ended cash bail for most offenses. So I personally was robbed by a guy who had duct tape, a knife, and a camcorder. Don't ask me why a camcorder. Very bizarre, but this was in like 2012 after being let out of jail just 3 days prior. Thankfully, but for the grace of God, nothing happened. They expanded diversion programs in lieu of jail time. They increased early release recommendations for time served. And we all know what crime looks like in California. We've all seen the videos. Californians voted these guys out in the last election, these Soros DAs, and they wanted to block these the legislation that was put forward by these guys was something called Prop 36 that Gavin Newsom refuses to fund, which is so bizarre. Can you elaborate a bit on who the Soros family is and why it would be alarming that they are funding Mamdani's campaign?
So I would urge you to go find it. It'll be hard to find, but it's out there. And if you can't find it, my staff will help you. They urge you to go and look at an interview that George Soros did in the 90s on 60 Minutes. George Soros is the guy who collapsed the British pound. Okay. He put England into bankruptcy. He has done it, I think, in Malaysia. He's done it in a couple of countries. He also is responsible for many color revolutions. He was there and playing a big role when in Ukraine, when the revolution was going on there.
Glenn, will you elaborate for people on what the color revolutions are?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. Color revolution. Let's see what that is.
In case they're not familiar. I'm only recently familiar, by the way.
So color revolution is what we're actually experiencing right now. Color revolution is something that was a CIA idea. And the idea is we don't want to send troops in, but we need to get that leadership out. We need our friends into leadership in that country. So what we would do is we would go in with a plan and we would train radicals on the streets. We would infiltrate the media, and we would help people get up into the government to be able to have positions of power. Then create enough pressure to get the people on the street to rise up, collapse it into a new system, and collapse it and hand it over to our friends. Okay?
Right.
And it seems organic, but it's not. And we've had them over and over and over again, and we perfected them. Back in the 2000s, early 2000s, I can't remember which one George Soros got involved in. And at some point, and I can't tell you when or which, but at some point, I am convinced that he and others on the left saw the problem that the WEF and the UN and everybody else saw, all of our central banks saw, and so this is not sustainable. But America stands in the way. So we have to do a color revolution. Color revolutions, we were responsible for the revolution of the Arab Spring. That was not organic. That was an American color revolution. Okay. And they were playing out over and over and over again. And it's happening here. That is one thing that he has been financing like crazy. Like crazy, he's been financing these things. If you go back and look for this interview on 60 Minutes, there's two things you have to know about him. And this is passed into the family because I think it's a real illness. First, with compassion.
Yo, it's crazy.
Passion. Let me tell you, he grew up in Hungary under the Nazis.
Okay.
And he's Jewish. And his father, to save his son's life, convinces a Christian to take him, say that he's a relative and that he was baptized and he was a Christian, okay, just to save George's life. Everybody else is dead. George survives, okay? But this Christian, one of their jobs is to go into the houses of all of the Jews and then take the stuff and sell the stuff and do it with glee, okay? This was not like, oh, I have to do this. This was the job, and he was fine doing it. George, as a teenager, is doing that. So his family's been liquidated. His family's, all of the wealth has been taken. So he's seen this firsthand in his family. Now he's in a new family where they're doing that to other Jews. I have all the compassion in the world. You do whatever that kid had to do to stay alive and stay sane. So I have all the compassion. However, in the interview, you will see, I can't remember who did the interview, but you'll see the interviewer say, have you ever had second thoughts about that? Now, for me, I think that would have been years of therapy. And I would have reflected on that. And I would have carried some guilt around. He said, no, actually, it's just a lot like business. If I didn't do it, somebody else would. He's never spent any time, according to him, reflecting on what he went through as a child. Then, in the same interview, he says that he's asked about destabilizing the world and causing revolutions and collapsing currencies. And he says, I know a lot of people, they'll get hurt by these things, but actually it's kind of fun to see what you can do.
Wow.
That's a psycho. That's an absolute.
Right.
Okay, so he's a literal psycho. Like, literally. That's George Soros. Funding Antifa. Funding all these radical left-wing. I mean, people forget. We're talking about a dude that served and did things for the Nazis and didn't have any remorse for it. And because he's a Jew, he's somehow immune to criticism. And what's really insane is that he's doing the same kind of tactics and detrimental work in the United States. And people forget that Nazi means, like when in German, like you translate it, the Nazi party is the Nazi Socialist Party, right? It's like something along the lines of it's supposed to mean the something Socialist Party, right? So let's find that real quick. Nazi means Socialist Party. Yeah, National Socialist German Workers' Party. That's what it means. Okay? The National Socialist German Workers' Party. It's evil. It doesn't work. That's communism. That's socialism. And by the way, it's not complete communism. What socialism is literally a paved road that, as long as you're on socialism, you're headed your direct goal infinitely is headed toward communism. That's what socialism is for. Because you don't get the communism, the so-called utopia, until you are socialist first. The policies, all the implementation, everything regarding, what a Marxist would want is done with socialism first. That is what introduces communism. That's what makes communism possible, is socialism.
Oh my gosh, hearing you talk about George.
Yeah, George Soros is just, it's no good. All right, guys, on YouTube, like, comment, and subscribe down below. Appreciate you watching. Keep it real, stay safe, and we'll see you next time. All right, guys, we're still live on Kick.com and YouTube. I want to check out what's Ember Paradox doing.
What I think we'll do is, here. Give me a second. Hang on, I do want to try and vary things up. I don't want to do too much. I don't want to do too many the same one here. So let me check something real quick. I want to see if you guys have got something. I hope you have. I've got like one. I've got one definitely that I can use, and I've got another one, but I don't. Lizard.
All right.
This one out. This is going to be a bit of a longer one. So be aware of this. This is a bit of a longer one. I've never seen this person before, but you guys, one of you guys suggested this. So let's check it out. Apparently this is 1 Marine versus 20,000 NVA and 200 tanks. Someone by the name of John Ripley. So this is done by Tactically Acquired. One of you guys suggested this. It's kind of a long one. So we're in for a ride here. So buckle up. Let's check it out.
Sir, we've got a problem. Give it to me straight. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is it? 12, sir. Oh, man. I hate to do this to the enemy, but there's literally only one option left. Thanks. Be careful with that, son. Oh, Jesus. The heck was that? No. Sir, we can't do this. This is just cruel. You want to know something crazy that I just realized? You know, when you think about it, most of human civilization has been dominated by men named John. Seriously, I think I'm on to something. I mean, the world has been built by Johns, defended by Johns, and occasionally has even been pistol whipped by men named John. Wow, you are seriously reaching with that one.
All right, let's keep going. Let's watch this.
Alright, we'll do this one. Hero put out a video. Hero put out a video about our favorite dumbass. Chat, you're gonna like this, I think. You're gonna like this. Hero Hey put out a video about Hassan. I saw the clip of this on Twitter. I think this is about Hassan getting rejected by Mondani.
Bro.
He got, like, kicked out of Mondani's, victory party in New York. You know, Hassan, the guy who's basically been glorping all over Mondavi's cock, say he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Yeah, he got rejected. He got, basically told, I think he got, you're not on the list. Why? Hero just put out a short little video about this. Let's take a look at it.
Guys, you're not going to believe this. Another set of Hassan clips has hit the internet. So as you may know, Hassan is a giant fan, a giant glazer of Zoran Mamdani, who just won the election for mayor of New York City. He even has this little graphic of himself interacting with Mamdani there. They're shaking hands and stuff. But unfortunately...
Yeah, I swear to God, you know how... This is Hassan's... Hassan. You know how Dan Clancy lives under Hassan's desk so he can desperately laugh at his inverted micropenis?
Ah!
This is Hassan's Hassan.
Bro, Ember.
If he could, he would reside under Mondani's mayoral desk just so he could service the mayor while he was working. That's how much he's slurping glorps all over this man's cock.
But unfortunately for Hassan, like a week ago, his heart was broken by Mamdani because he publicly disavowed him live on air.
Find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation...
Hey. The lean is not enough. I've got to get out of the way so you can see Hassan's face. Bro. When his idol, when his Oshi, they slap some on national TV. Okay? This is a national bitch slap.
About him live on air.
Find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only...
Bear in mind, right before this, the moderator, was it the moderator? I can't remember if it was the moderator or Cuomo, brought up Hassan. I think it might have been the moderator talking about extremists online and cited Hassan specifically. And these two were losing their shit. They were squeeing like little girls.
Bro.
Oh my God, they're talking about us, bitch. We're famous. Paraphrasing, of course. When the moderator brought up Hassan as being basically an extremist threat online. And of course, Cuomo downplayed it, and the whole time they're squeeing and just basically fingering themselves into a libtard fury while they were listening to Cuomo discount him. And then Mondani speaks, and look at him.
Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists.
Well, it's a good thing Hassan is handling this so well. I mean, what a champ. I'm sure he's not just trying to save face or anything. Well, despite that, Hassan would continue advocating.
He was trying to play it up. He was trying to play it up like it's a joke. You know, he was his heart just dropped. Where he's like, my Oshi. My Oshi. Why would you say that? Why would you say that, senpai? Why would you say that? You know he was crushed. And yeah, he was kind of doing that. He was trying to laugh, but he was coping so fucking hard. Because again, a few seconds earlier, the pair of them were squeeing like schoolgirls.
Bro.
They were absolutely squeeing like schoolgirls when Cuomo was talking about it and when the moderator brought it up, they were fucking thrilled. And then Mondani says something, and he's like, "No! Oh, I better play this up. No!"
Advocating for Zoran Mondani, and even the other day visited his election party. Unfortunately for Hassan, though, there was another tragedy. Hassan gets rejected entry to upstairs seating at the Zoran Mamdani election party, with a quote from someone who's helping to run this election party saying to Hassan, "I do not have you for the upstairs list."
I do not have you for the upstairs list.
Okay.
Can I see your ticket?
I'm escorting him.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
You're
So we can't
escorted?
go upstairs.
So they're not on the list for
What's the matter, Hassan?
upstairs?
I do not. But do you have this wristband? I can also just check in the chat.
Well, so I thought those could go upstairs, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
But I can double check and just make sure.
Upstairs.
Well, Revan, he's shocked because he fully figured that Andami publicly disavowed him for political points. In his little put away keepsake heart, he thought for sure that he was still his Oshi, and he just like, "Oh, I was just gonna do it for the cameras. I still love you, Hassan." But
My end.
More seating area.
Yeah, I just wanted a drink. I'm good.
After they were told multiple times that, yeah, you're not gonna make it upstairs, sorry about that, Hassan left and continued trying to say that he doesn't really care, he just really wanted a drink, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Are there drinks here or no? Oh, we can get drinks here. All right, perfect. What do you want, March?
I don't drink while I'm working.
Yeah, I don't care about going upstairs and, partying with Mom Donnie.
I don't care, stupid party anyway. I didn't even want to go upstairs. I was doing it as a favor for him. I didn't even want to come to this stupid party. He sounds like a 13-year-old. He sounds like a 14-year-old girl right now.
And his other people. I didn't really care about that. I just wanted a drink, bro. That's all. Yeah, sure. This is pretty sad, though. Like,
oh, he's a tsundere. Chat. Hassan is a little whiny tsundere. Yeah. Stupid baka. I didn't even want to go to your stupid party. Baka.
bro, that's all. Yeah, sure. This is pretty sad, though. Like, sad for multiple reasons. Like, bro got rejected by his idol. And the other thing that's sad is, like, this guy, being Hassan, claiming to be a socialist, but then, like, desperately trying to party with the upper class people, which of course falls right in line with, like, his lifestyle, buying all this expensive stuff and living in one of the most expensive areas in LA, etc., while talking about how anti-capitalist he is. And here's what he says after being rejected.
We can show here, it's fine. We have no motion. We're out, we're done. We're washed. We're washed.
Probably getting.
Oh, and he was even wearing his pearls. Look, he was even wearing his pearls for Mamdani. Oh, he got rejected when he was wearing his... He even got himself all dolled up, wearing his pearls, wearing his Gucci. Probably made sure he had the nice sensual perfume on. Haven't seen his shoes, but I'm guessing he's wearing the fuck me pumps. He was all dolled up and got rejected.
Kicked out within the next 15 minutes.
Most likely. We'll be escorted. Yeah, no drink tickets. No drink tickets, no
yet.
bitches. No drink tickets, no bitches.
$20 have to pay for every drink.
Oh, the ring. Oh. Wow. The rings too. He's even glizzed up on all of his rings. He was making it known that he was open for business. Oh.
I don't care about that. No,
They wouldn't even give bro and his like cameraman drink tickets either. They're giving out drink tickets apparently, but not to him. I mean, what? What a sad turn of events for Hassan Piker. Oh my gosh. Anyways, yeah, that's the latest. Let me know what you guys think about that stuff in the comments, and I hope you've been having a great week, unlike some people that we know around here. But yeah, have a great rest of your week, and I'll see you in the comments here and in the next one.
Wow.
There's another thing. Hang on a second. There's another thing. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it, because this would be the perfect cap. Yes, here we go. Here we go. This was the same night. I'm pretty sure if this was on the same night. H3 posted this. Yeah, this was on the same night at the victory party. Okay, this was at Mamdani's victory party. This might have contributed to why Mamdani said, yeah, take that motherfucker off the list. Listen to this.
Done.
What do you think it means that this guy ran as a socialist and anti-communism didn't work to stop him? That's big.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. And the reality of the matter is, there's a lot of antagonism. There's no class consciousness in the United States.
I'm going to repeat that because it bears repeating. I might even up the volume for you guys in case you can't hear. I'm going to repeat that.
Didn't work to stop him. That's big.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately.
This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately.
Wow.
So first, Hassan says America deserved 9/11. First, Hassan says that the thousands of lives that were lost during the 9/11 attacks were deserved in Hassan's mind. And now he's saying it's unfortunate that America beat back Russia, that America beat back communism, that he wanted Russia to take over America back during the Cold War. The face of socialism, the face of the leftist wing in the modern day, chat. This is the face of the modern leftists and socialists. Truly, I wonder why Mamdani said, yeah, take that motherfucker's name off the list. I don't want to have anything to do with him. And he's going to go Pikachu shocked face when they say, you ain't on the list. And get all sad. Fuck you, Hassan. You dog torturing, anti-American, cock gobbling thundercut. But too bad for you, you won't be gobbling Mamdani's cock. Oh, Laura.
That's just, yeah. That's crazy. I love that. I love that. Holy crap. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Let's keep going. I want to listen to some more of this.
Soros, nobody. In 2008, I'm the guy who brought George Soros to the front. No one would talk about him. And I was just dumb enough to not know you don't talk about him. And now to know that he is a household name where people are like, no, look what he's done. Look what he's done. There are countries around the world that have banned him from being in their countries. Why we allow this guy just to run roughshod and pretend that he's a good guy is insanity. Insanity.
Can we talk for a second about who this guy is, who his son is, for people who don't know? And I do want to point out one thing for everyone listening. I'm uniquely familiar with him because the Soros family, they're the ones that put the DAs in place in California who did the following. They declined prosecution for many nonviolent misdemeanors, shoplifting, drug possession, quality of life crimes. And what that begot was literally the facilitation of trafficked minors on the streets of Los Angeles because cops are now not allowed to intervene due to anti-loitering laws. They ended cash bail for most offenses. So I personally was robbed by a guy who had duct tape, a knife, and a camcorder. Don't ask me why a camcorder. Very bizarre, but this was in like 2012 after being let out of jail just 3 days prior. Thankfully, but for the grace of God, nothing happened. They expanded diversion programs in lieu of jail time. They increased early release recommendations for time served. And we all know what crime looks like in California. We've all seen the videos. Californians voted these guys out in the last election, these Soros DAs, and they wanted to block these the legislation that was put forward by these guys was something called Prop 36 that Gavin Newsom refuses to fund, which is so bizarre. Can you elaborate a bit on who the Soros family is and why it would be alarming that they are funding Mamdani's campaign?
So I would urge you to go find it. It'll be hard to find, but it's out there. And if you can't find it, my staff will help you. America stands in the way. So we have to do a color revolution. Color revolutions, we were responsible for the revolution of the Arab Spring. That was not organic. That was an American color revolution. Okay. And they were playing out over and over and over again. And it's happening here. That is one thing that he has been financing like crazy. He's been financing these things. If you go back and look for this interview on 60 Minutes, there's two things you have to know about him. And this is passed into the family because I think it's a real illness. First, with compassion, let me tell you, he grew up in Hungary under the Nazis.
Okay.
And he's Jewish. And his father, to save his son's life, convinces a Christian to take him, say that he's a relative and that he was baptized and he was a Christian, okay, just to save George's life. Everybody else is dead. George survives, okay? But this Christian, one of their jobs is to go into the houses of all of the Jews and then take the stuff and sell the stuff and do it with glee, okay? This was not like, oh, I have to do this. This was the job and he was fine doing it. George, as a teenager, is doing that. So his family's been liquidated. All of the wealth has been taken. So he's seen this firsthand in his family. Now he's in a new family where they're doing that to other Jews. I have all the compassion in the world. You do whatever that kid had to do to stay alive and stay sane. So I have all the compassion. However, in the interview, you will see, I can't remember who did the interview, but you'll see the interviewer say, have you ever had second thoughts about that? Now, for me, I think that would have been years of therapy. And I would have reflected on that. And I would have carried some guilt around. He said, no, actually, it's just a lot like business. If I didn't do it, somebody else would. He's never spent any time, according to him, reflecting on what he went through as a child. Then, in the same interview, he says that he's asked about destabilizing the world and causing revolutions and collapsing currencies. And he says, I know a lot of people, they'll get hurt by these things, but actually it's kind of fun to see what you can do. That's a psycho. That's an absolute psycho.
Right. Yeah. He's a psychopath. 100%.
Psychopath.
He is the clear definition of that. He is a psychopath.
And he's got billions of dollars. And now his son, who I know very little about, but I have heard he is even more.
Yes, he said so proudly.
Yeah.
He said I'm more political, code word, than my father. It's like, oh, dear God.
So that it's trouble. And I don't wish them ill or anything else. I just want an end to the lies. I just want people to make your own decision based on the truth. Every time, I'm one of the first to really target George Soros beginning in 2008. By 2010, his number 2 guy on his staff threatened my life.
I bet.
It was really frightening because George Soros doesn't have to put a hit on somebody. All he has to say is this person is a problem, and that person goes away because there's a million people that would like to get on George Soros's good side and make problems go away.
That's really freaking nuts.
I was one of the first to do it, mainly because I was too stupid to know, that kind of power and that nobody else was talking about it. But every time you talk about him, they'll say, you're an anti-Semite.
Wait,
I was given the Defender of Israel Award by Benjamin Netanyahu.
I haven't got the you're an anti-Semite one, actually.
Yeah.
I'm a little...
You haven't gotten that?
I haven't gotten it.
Oh,
it's
my
coming.
gosh.
But I don't think
You'll
because
get
of Soros. I have gotten a genocidal Zionist, but I've not gotten the anti-Semite label yet. But that's so bizarre.
I get both of those, which is really weird.
Oh, that is? Yeah.
Weird.
Okay, I'm waiting for someone to accuse me of like sexual assault, which would also be strange. But it's got to be coming because it just seems to be par for the course for those of us that call out things of this nature.
And by the way, it's his organizations that funded a lot of those, at least in the early days. It was his money that did Media Matters. He's deep into the Tides Foundation.
Right.
He set a lot of these things up. So those smears, he spent a lot of money to perfect this system.
Can we get into that for just a moment? There are a few things about Mamdani that are obviously legitimately concerning, but I noticed that they played the Muslim card. He did. Mamdani did. He made up a story about a fake aunt and a hijab. Like none of this is true. And he did the code switching, taking on the different accents and all of these things. But it's almost like he got people to play this game where they addressed some of the things with regard to him being Muslim, like he doesn't actually have an aunt and a hijab. And after 9/11, why weren't you worried about the thousands of people that died in the World Trade Center? But what they did was they turned around and they shut down anybody critiquing him by calling him Islamophobic. And it reminds me of those of us who are calling out biological males in female sports or chemical castration for gender dysphoric kids. Transphobe. Nothing to see here. They're a transphobe. If you point out the ways in which DEI has gone too far, racist. No, you're a racist. Same with, hey, we can't be healthy at any size. Oh my God, you fat shamer. And I wonder if that's why he himself brought the Muslim piece to the table. No one cares, dude. Nobody. But when you do engage in radical behavior, again, I'll say it one more time, like giving your love to the Holy Land Five, who are guys that went to jail for funding Hamas, we're going to be forced to address that and not address the more radical things that hopefully kids can see, because immediately they're like, you know what you are? You're just an Islamophobe. Do you think this was on purpose?
Yeah. In the 1960s, it was the CIA, 50s or 60s, the CIA was the one that came up with conspiracy theorist. Call them a conspiracy theorist, okay? There are conspiracy theories, and there are conspiracy falsehoods, and there are conspiracy facts, okay? But once you call somebody a conspiracy theorist, it's over. So what do you do with that kind of power? Well, people learn from it. So now you're a homophobe. Now you're a transphobe. Now you're whatever. Because once you get that label, people dismiss you. And so they chip away at your credibility a little piece at a time. And if you're like me and dumb enough to continue to talk about all of it, you eventually become, the label, the introduction for you is an amazing collection of absurdities. Right. But on the Islamic front, it is important to understand, I did a chalkboard and everybody, even those on the right, said he's a crazy conspiracy theorist and it doesn't make any sense. I did a chalkboard and I did it every night. And I said, the Islamists, communists, anarchists, socialists, revolutionaries will all work together to destabilize first Israel, then Europe, and then the rest of the world, and it will finally come to America.
It's the Tom
and everybody
Sowell
said
strategy.
Their argument was that they don't get along. What are you talking about? Socialists and anarchists, socialists, communists, they want giant state. Anarchists want no state. Islamists, are you kidding me? They don't want the same thing. They want Sharia law. The communists don't want Sharia law. You're seeing them now. They're all working together. And what people don't understand is they're so arrogant. They all believe, I'm going to use these guys, just exactly like Chuck Schumer. I'll use these guys for a while, but I'll still be in control. And we'll take care of them when all is said and done. In 1979 in Iran, the Marxists and the Islamists worked together to overthrow the Shah of Iran. Well, who had the power? Well, the Marxists and the Islamists were supposed to share power. But soon as they had power, they killed these people. 30,000 people were jailed and killed by the Islamists. It's the same story. It happens over and over and over again. And there is an Islamist, different than Muslim, an Islamist movement. And they will tell you in their mosque on tape, they will say, the best thing they'll say is, it's only a matter of time. Just look at the birth rates. You will be an Islamist country. Okay. That's the most docile thing they will say about taking over the West. Others will come right out and say it, and you're seeing it a lot over in Europe and in England, where they'll just come out and say, yeah, well, we now have control of many things and you will submit. And what you're having is all of these people working together for chaos, and everybody's building a little structure thinking it's going to fall into their hands in the end. Whose hands is it going to fall into? I don't know. The American Revolution is the only revolution in the history of the world that was ended by the exact same people who started it with the same principles. It's the only time. Every other time somebody starts it because they think they're going to get it, and then they're killed, and then somebody else is killed, and then they're killed. And then finally you get the really bad guy that takes over. That's the way most revolutions happen. And I think that's what's going to happen here if we're not awake and guard ourselves, our hearts, our minds, and our history. Remember who we are. Remember what you were taught was right from the beginning.
Very true.
Just remember the golden rules. Just remember, you're not supposed to hate your enemy. You're supposed to love your enemy. You are supposed to stand up for truth. You have a responsibility not to participate in lies. And that means just standing by and being quiet because you're going to lose something. Your children are going to lose their freedom. You don't understand how this America is a blip in human history. It's an anomaly in human history. Freedom like this has never, ever happened before. And if you want to live like China, great. In the end, if you don't wake up, it's going to be communist China or it's going to be Islam. I would like a third choice. I would like freedom. I'd like constitutional freedom. Nobody's fighting for that. America is the only hope. We just have to remember it.
Bill Maher said, and he's, listen, Bill Maher's a moderate and he can say all of this stuff. And for some reason, people don't attack him for it or very rarely. He referenced a Bernie AOC rally where one of the kids threw a Palestinian flag on the stage and he goes, this is where the adults in the room stand up and say to these kids, oh, they covered an American flag. I'm sorry, that's what they did. They covered the American flag with a Palestinian flag. And they say, this is a symbol of freedom. And he, pops up the picture of the American flag. And he's like, this is not. And it's a woman in like a full burqa.
Yeah.
I don't understand why these kids don't understand this. But this brings me to a bigger question. With regard to New York, I pulled this quote. Let me find this here to see if I can figure out what. Here it is. Okay. So I was actually listening to this podcast, Dad Saves America, and he referenced this, but the journalist is this guy, H.L. Mencken. And he goes, democracy is the theory that common people know what they want and they deserve to get it good and hard. And I stopped for a second because I know the inclination. And I see it with the Dems. Like, Trump can do nothing good. A ceasefire? No, he's still a fascist, monster, authoritarian psychopath.
Anti-Semitic.
Yeah. A trade deal with China? A reckless, a sociopath, this and that, and crashing the economy. Like, he can do no good, and they root against him. I don't want to do that. And Cuomo said this in his acceptance speech, and it made me feel like at least there are some adults in the room. Can we have that one, guys? Can we take a look at this clip of Cuomo?
Congratulations to Zoran Mandani That is not right. That is not right, and that is not us. That is not us. Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City.
What am I rooting for then is my question. I want New Yorkers to be okay. I want them to have better quality of lives. Most importantly, I want them to be safe. I don't want to be right, actually, about Mamdani. I want to be wrong. But at the same time, the people behind him, that concerns me. The things that he really stands for. And he'll tell you, I'm going to close Rikers. I don't want more than 4,000 prisoners. Like, what do you mean? You don't want more than 4,000? This isn't arbitrary. So if this guy's a killer and he makes 4,001, we can't have more than 4,000 in jail. Like, it's Glenn, what are we rooting for? Listen, if we're
can't have more than 4,000. Oh, you got a murderer psychopath on the loose, but wait, we have 4,000 prisoners. Can't have more than that, so we got to keep them loose. What? What is this?
Good people, and I want to really strive to be that. What am I rooting for here?
You are rooting for that sense that Cuomo is talking about. You want to live in a country where we all want success, and we all define success relatively the same way. We want our streets to be safe. We want our kids to be educated. We want to be free. We don't want, we don't want freedom without responsibility. We want to help the poor. We want to help the oppressed. That, generally speaking, we all want that. But do we now? Do we all define things that way? Our slogan as our nation is E pluribus unum, from many, one. People came here from all over the world, and still do. They come here from all over the world for what? A chance to make it. Why could they make it here and you can't make it elsewhere? Because the one thing that we had in common was this. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that governments are instituted among men to protect those rights. That is what the American experiment is. Government protects the rights of the people. That's its job. And it goes on the next sentence, and if that government ever becomes hostile to those rights, it's the right and responsibility, or the right and the duty of Americans to shake off the chains of that government and replace it with another more likely to protect those rights. Okay, so the whole thing is about protect the right of the individual. We used to believe that I would come from, my people came from Germany in the 1800s. I don't know where yours came from, but everybody here is an immigrant.
Yep.
And we came from other places somewhere along the line because we couldn't make it. Because I know in Germany back then, you weren't allowed to swim. You couldn't swim in the river. Okay. You couldn't swim in the river. What are you talking about? Can't swim in the river. You can't swim in a public lake. What is that? I don't even know, but you couldn't do it. Okay. All of these things that you couldn't do because the kings, the lords, the ladies, they made all of the rules. If the reason why we didn't have an Elon Musk until America, the reason why we didn't have these great inventions is because if you were working on the land of a lord, that land was given by the king, that lord, whatever you did, if you come up with a better toothbrush, you come up with the light bulb, you work, you toil, you don't get any of that. The Lord takes that, and now the Lord makes them and sells them, and you're left in the dust. So only the rich got richer. You could not leave your station. If you were born this way, you're always that way. People would come here because they could start fresh. It didn't matter where they came from, who their parents were, where they grew up. It didn't matter. None of that mattered. Do you have a better idea? Will you work hard for it? Then you deserve success. That's the America, the idea that we need to get back to. We have lost the idea that all men are created equal by a creator, and life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is all of us. All of us get that. And no government, no person can change that. Government now is saying, we will dole out the rights. We will tell you what's true and what's not true. That is not the American experiment. So what you're feeling when you watch that and you go, the adults are in the room, you want that because he's reflecting a time when we still did believe in relatively the same things. Now you're feeling like, what am I even rooting for? Because we are no longer that, and you're having a hard time. It's a clash of civilizations.
Yes.
You can't make sense of it
what am I
because
rooting
this is
for?
right, but I don't want it here.
Yeah, it's
because
like,
this isn't that.
I want Mamdani to succeed in making the city affluent and safe. I don't want him to succeed in his vision of freeing prisoners and seizing the sources of production and getting rid of personal property. So I'm like, what?
But you know what, Julie? Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. This has been tried.
Yeah.
This has been tried so many times. It doesn't work. So this is a big hypothetical. Okay. But if the seizing of private property and production, if the releasing of prisoners actually made a better, safer, more prosperous world, wouldn't you at least consider going, right?
Okay.
Immediately.
Yes,
you
I
would
would.
consider it. You'd be like, okay, all right, well, I was wrong. It works. Okay.
Okay.
But it doesn't work. It never,
it's never worked.
Never worked.
Right.
Do you know that Jamestown, where, 1619 Project said, we started in Jamestown. We didn't. Plymouth is where we started. Do you know that Jamestown, the settlers of Jamestown came and they were socialists? They weren't called socialists at the time, but they implemented the socialist mentality that we put it all in one pile. It doesn't matter. You just take according to your needs. Okay. The Pilgrims did the same thing. In Jamestown, it ended in cannibalism. Okay. We've dug up bones where you can see the bite marks on the bones of children as they were trying to get the meat off of the bones of the children. Okay. It ended horrifically in starvation. In Plymouth, it ended, but they were reasonable people and went, okay, God tells us to share, but this doesn't work because some people are getting lazy. Some people are just living off of other people's work and it's creating all these problems. It doesn't work. And so they stopped and they went back to Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations and Moral Sentiments. When you take those two books and you put them together, that's where the magic happens. And that's why they were prosperous when Jamestown wasn't. We've tried this forever.
Right.
It never works.
Somehow these kids also are unaware that Nazi means National Socialist.
I know.
I know. I just don't, I can't, I'm like, guys, they did it in Cuba. And they're like, no, there's a distinction with communism. And it's like, well, is there? I mean, what are you suggesting?
You know what the distinction is? According to Marx, here's the distinction. Socialism is the road to communism. Marx would have said that Russia wasn't fully communist, okay?
Yeah.
Because you don't ever get to the utopia until you arrive at communism, okay? And that's a different, then utopia happens. But socialism is that road to communism. So the only distinction is where on the scale and which direction are you going? If you're going into socialism and you're growing the government, then you are clearly going towards communism. It's only the step. As he said, it's the vehicle that you arrive in.
There's one more question I want to ask you, because there's two other ballot measures that passed, or two ballot measures that passed that got a decent amount of attention, but I don't feel like people are looking beyond the obvious here. So one is Prop 50 in California, right? And it's like, okay, we're gerrymandering, but, the Republicans gerrymandered. We've been doing this forever. And this kind of leads you to the apportionment maps, right? And how many congressional seats does California actually have? We're going to push almost all of them Republican, and this is a tale as old as time. But what it opens up, because it oddly also happened at the same time that voter ID was rejected in Maine. And I'm like, well, hold on. And to be fair, there were some things on that ballot in Maine that really stunk and shouldn't have been, in my opinion, accompanying the voter ID. And it had to do with mail-in ballots for people who were disabled. And I'm just like, why? Why would you put these things together? That is so dumb. But nevertheless, it's pretty straightforward why we would want people to have ID. So now you're thinking like, all right, hold on a second. We're rigging the congressional seats in California. But according to census maps, California is supposed to lose congressional seats by 2030. And then you keep hearing everybody talking about, oh, well, the reason the Democrats shut the government is because they want billions for people who are here illegally. Like, well, okay, is that true? And then I don't know if you saw this. Elon Musk just went on Rogan, and this clip went viral. Take a look at this. Kind of ties all these things together in a weird way.
The reason you have the standoff is because if the hundreds of billions of dollars to create a financial incentive to have this giant magnet to attract illegals from every part of Earth to these states. If that is turned off, the illegals will leave because they're no longer being paid to come to the United States and stay here.
Wow.
And then they will lose a lot of voters. The Democratic Party will lose a lot of voters.
And they would have a very difficult job if this is kicked out of reintroducing it into a new bill.
Yes.
Especially once things start normalizing.
Yes. So, in a nutshell, the Democratic Party wants to destroy democracy by importing voters, and the Republican Party disagrees with that.
And the ruse is that if you don't accept what they're doing, then you're a threat to democracy.
Yes.
As they try to destroy democracy.
Yes.
By importing voters.
That is literally what they're doing.
And people to only vote for them, and overwhelming the system.
Yes. And by the way, it's a strategy that, if allowed to work, would work. And in fact, has worked. California is supermajority Democrat.
Yeah.
And there's so much gerrymandering that occurs. It's crazy.
Glenn, I want to show you two other things real quick. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, how are they voting? And then, of course, you understand that, the congressional seats also represent electoral college votes. And do they make a path to citizenship? So people who came here this way and got free stuff are, they're beholden to the Democrats, so they vote for them. But I'm thinking, I remember a clip of Newsom on Sean Ryan's show this past summer saying outmigration is a lie. It's not true. Because we're all talking about it. We're talking about it with New York. 1 million people are going to leave. They're leaving California. Here he is saying this isn't true. Take a look at this one.
The California exit, by the way, complete bullshit. Now, the last 2 years, we've seen significant growth in California's population. So it's reversed and record-breaking tourism.
Okay. One last thing I want to show you. So I just did a simple search on ChatGPT because from an observational perspective, I'm like, everyone I know is leaving. Everybody I know has left. So I asked ChatGPT how many domestic citizens left California. So ready for this? Between 2020 and 2024, California experienced net domestic migration losses of roughly 1.5 million residents. Over the same period, California had a positive net international migration of almost 1 million people. So, but Newsom fully omits this key fact that, the population has gone up because they're coming from other countries. And again, I know we're both not against immigration. You just talked about we're both immigrants, but illegal immigration. So this kind of comes down to, and then you've got Mamdani now, come on, come all, we're all immigrants. Everything's run by immigrants. But he doesn't make this distinction of legal versus illegal. And then he says to Trump, good luck. You're going to deport one of us, essentially, right? You're going to take one of us.
So the craziest part right here is everybody's leaving New York, especially anybody with that has upper middle class, past middle class income, right? But of course they import a crap ton of illegals with the Biden administration, and they continue to not enforce and resist and fight ICE on every front they can. It's insane, because they want to hold on to power.
So, but Newsom fully omits this key fact that, the population has gone up because they're coming from other countries. And again, I know we're both not against immigration. You just talked about we're both immigrants, but illegal immigration. So this kind of comes down to, and then you've got Mamdani now, like, come on, come all, we're all immigrants, everything's run by immigrants. But he doesn't make this distinction of legal versus illegal. And then he says to Trump, like, good luck. You're going to deport one of us, essentially, right? You're going to take one of us. You're going to have to get through all of us. I'm like, okay, so now you got what? An insurrection? Literally, all of it kind of has the same themes.
Because it's the same story. Did you notice what Joe Rogan said? What his response was? All to overwhelm the system. That is word for word the Cloward and Piven strategy. Overwhelm the system. If you really put all of this together, it comes back to 100 people. And it's the same 100 people they have this goal. They know what they're doing. It's very well laid out. And it is to collapse the system. And the truth doesn't matter. The ends justify the means. And so they will call you any name. They'll say anything. They'll, do this weird hand thing as he's talking about, lies about how, I don't even know what that was, but, he does
it all the time now. It's
so
I know, frustrating.
It doesn't matter. And in some ways, you waste energy trying to understand where they're coming from once you've recognized liar. Complete liar has no moral compass. Stop trying to figure them out.
Okay.
Try to stop. Just stop. You're wasting your time. You'd be much better off trying to explain to the people who haven't figured that out yet why this is happening. Because it leads you to nonstop frustration. I've exposed these people. For 25 solid years, this has been, and I didn't want to do any of this. I'm much more of an entertainer than anything. I didn't want to do any of this, and I'm doing it now for 25 years. And every year for a while there, I was like, honey, we're going to get back to normal here soon. We're not getting back to normal, but it's our duty to do it, and it becomes more and more frustrating every single day until 2 years ago, I just adopted this. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this all works out. You say that when you get really frustrated, you just say that. Wow, it is going to be really fascinating to watch how all of this works out. You've got to release some of this away from you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not responsible for all of it. I've done my part. I still do my part. I do everything I can, but it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of society works this out, because I can't change it. I will keep trying to wake people up, but
yes.
You have to detach from it some point. Otherwise, your head's going to blow. You're just going to be like, I can't take it anymore.
Such a good point. I was speaking with a doctor who was crucified during COVID for calling out certain things that are now obvious.
It is wild out there, guys. Wild. Absolutely wild. So let's see what we have video game wise. Let's check out some of this stuff. Let's see. Okay. couple of different things here going on, it looks like. What should we play? Here we go. Huh. Yeah, I don't know, guys. It's it's one of those things. Here, here. All right. Not much going on there. Let's see. In the meantime, let's listen to this.
Green on our show Friday.
That'll be interesting.
Very on Halloween.
By the way, I've met Marjorie too, and she was very nice. I mean, not people are gonna be mad at me for even saying that, but she's like.
My line is, everybody's a monster till you talk to them.
Yeah. I mean, well, no, I'm not saying she's a monster either, but yes.
No,
a lot of people think that.
she's a monster till you talk to them, and then they're not.
And then they're not, because they're just people.
Because they're people.
But, during the election, I remember when, the primaries, right before the primaries, and it wasn't clear who was going to be the nominees,
right?
Especially Republican. Although at one point it was like, very clear it was going to be Donald Trump. And I remember talking to one of my friends who said, "Can you believe it?" And I said, "I can." And I said, and I think what we should be talking about is half of the country really supports that, really supports him. So why do they? And she was like, looked at me like I just had given her a little tablet of poison. I said, have I said something? And she was just like, how could you even say that?
I know.
And I was like, oh, well, aren't you curious? Like,
right.
Why aren't you curious about, do
you think there's any part of that answer that might be in the mirror? Is what I would say to any part of the answer. Not the whole answer.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
But just any part of that answer that might be in the mirror. Because I remember after the election, and, I won't say who, but a very respected editor, iconic even, and his comment was, well, we're not as good at people as we thought we were. half of our people are bad people.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the
Right.
You know, I'm not paraphrasing,
Yes.
but like that was the takeaway from the election.
Yeah.
Half of our people are just bad people.
Yeah.
We're the good people,
Right.
and we know who the good people are.
Right.
Okay, but
And so everyone knows.
And what we have
that's
to do-
me, and they want to make sure that they.
right.
Everybody pay
What we have to do is make sure that the good people own and destroy the bad people. See, both sides think that. They don't want to compromise. Both sides.
I agree.
I just want to own you and destroy you, which is a great strategy, left-wingers, until they're the ones who completely own and destroy you, which they now have. I mean, there's no checks on Trump. Okay? So somebody got owned and destroyed, and it was you. So maybe that wasn't the greatest strategy.
Right.
But now they're doubling down on that, you know.
Who's doubling down?
The woke people who will, you know, the people who thought it was great that, Larry said that I was Hitler for having dinner with Hitler or whatever. I didn't even read it, but I got the gist of it. I'm Hitler, or I'm having dinner with
You're
Hitler.
having dinner with Hitler, and it's fine because he's a fun person to hate.
The people who just want to beat the dead horse of, I hate Trump more than you, and that makes me a better person. Great. Again, I have the thing with 56 insults, so I think I can come to this fight.
Did he read those?
No, I read some of them to them at the
And
time.
I'm sure he laughed and also said,
he
did.
Don't
say that. And would want
you know what he said?
Huh?
I read some of these because, you know, another thing, he does laugh.
I know.
He never laughs in public, but he does laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, like, he was laughing when I was, you know, dopey, dummy, terrible student, not considered smart, no mojo, nervous, low-life dummy, so-called comedian, not a smart guy, better than Somonex, feel like a dog, fired like a dog. I mean, the fact that somebody would have in their head, if I tried to come up with 56 different ones, I couldn't do it.
No.
And he just went, you know, it was different times.
And you said it was yesterday. The last one's from yesterday, and not different times. Yeah, he does it. He does have a sense of humor. Which, by the way, I'm sure that.
Also, he said something in the press that got not a lot of coverage, but I thought it was very telling, and I thought it was very real. About 6 months ago, when he said, "What people don't get about me is I have no permanent enemies." And when you think about it, a lot of the people he fired, he brings back. You know, they've been on the outs, they're on the ins. For all his bad points, he's very flexible.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bad side to that, but like there's also a good side to that.
Yeah.
And like I think he's right. I don't think he has permanent enemy. I'm a perfect example. I mean, for years it was just this, you know, this thing, he would talk about it at the rallies. Like there's this lunatic. There's this low-life dummy, this highly overrated, increasingly boring comedian in quotes.
Yeah, I'm sure he talks about your ratings.
A befuddled mess. His show is dead. Guy.
Oh, right in the heart.
And you know he says that I'm not going to give up power, and then of course he didn't give up power. It didn't faze him at all. That the thing he was complaining about actually happened. You think he's going to run in 2020? 80, they keep talking about.
Well, it does.
We're going to find something.
It does seem highly unlikely. But also,
how's Bobby getting along with him these days?
He gets along with him really well.
Still, so there was no. I mean, there was for a minute there was talk in the press that I forget what it was, but something. Maybe it was just they made up a story that Trump was like. Oh, he's gonna, but that was never close.
No. I mean, that's the other thing too about being on the inside and looking at it. People create little stories and then they catch fire, and then that's a news cycle. And so you really do know what's going on, what's not. And the thing about
all they care about is clicks.
That's all they care about.
That's all.
Does not matter if it's true or not. Does not
like
matter.
A distant force
Does
to
not matter.
Clicks. Yeah.
It can drive you insane.
Do you read it? I don't.
It depends on.
I never read anything.
Day to day. Do you not?
I don't know if I would even know how to get on any of these things anymore. Really?
I usually don't. I mean, I really.
The likes I get
Yeah.
And this, I mean, like, sometimes I go home Friday night, I'm like, oh, wow, that's such a great show. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I could go on Twitter, but then I'd see the people who hated it.
Yeah.
So
What's the
you know,
point?
like, any like I get is like texting. It's like a personal,
Yeah,
the
from
person
somebody
I
you know. Yeah. Well, that's
and
what
that means a lot to me. It's like somebody who I respect and know is like, wow, you hit it out of the park. That was a great thing, or blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's not as many likes as you would get, but to me, it's more meaningful.
Yeah.
You know?
I heard somebody say once, you shouldn't take criticism from somebody you wouldn't take advice from. And
that's
it's
great.
like, yeah.
Wow.
Well, that makes sense. So you have people that don't know you commenting on how awful you are, and it's like, oh.
You should do a show. That's what you should do now.
What kind
you
of
know
show?
what? Fuck the acting thing.
I-
You know, you are never going to convince the 90% of the cowards in this town who I'm telling you, very talented, not that bright. They're very afraid of being on the wrong side of an issue.
Yeah.
So it's just easier just to just get behind Professor Mark Ruffalo. He knows everything about Israel. You know, so just do that, and you're always going to be safe doing that.
Yeah.
There's always going to be safe attacking you.
Mhm.
That was always going to be the safe choice because
Mhm.
you're on the wrong team now. So just attacking you is very safe. We don't have to look into it more, and we don't want to because
No.
we're actors. We're not readers, okay? If we were readers, we'd be different categories. We're actors, okay? We read the part that makes us sound good. And if that part is saying, we must stop genocide, yeah, well, you don't know what genocide is. You got your facts wrong. You don't know your history. You get everything from TikTok. But I get it. It's a better speech. It's a better speech than 400 million women around the world can't dress the way they would like to. I mean, can you imagine just not having the choice to dress the way you want to? Taking leather out of the situation.
No, I would be. Where would I be without my leather pants? No, it is hard to imagine what's going on in some countries. Really hard to imagine.
I think that's the way to, I just realized, I think that's the way to frame that issue,
Yeah.
to get women involved. Can you imagine living in a society where you did not have the freedom to choose what you wanted to wear?
I mean, by the way, it's more so not having the freedom to get an education. That's
Too?
Yeah. So, I mean, there are a lot of things we could put on this list.
There are more places and countries where a woman can get an education. They're not all Afghanistan where you can't. That's the far end of the spectrum. But where you also still couldn't dress the way you wanted to.
Yeah.
You certainly couldn't leave your pretty blonde hair showing.
I know. It's really hard
You know,
to.
It's just a choice. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like that should be a choice. The fact that, some on the left have taken the head covering as a sign of liberation. It's like, wow, your head is really up your ass. Yeah, if you think that's a sign of liberation,
I almost did a spit take.
What?
I almost did a spit take.
And ruin that leather.
No, I want to ruin my leather.
At least it wasn't red leather.
That would drive you crazy. What if you walked in and it was like red leather head to toe? You would have walked right out.
Yeah, but if the girl was hot enough, I could forgive it.
You get over it. You'd be like,
Guys are like that.
Yeah, it's like, okay, tonight's
I used to do a whole bit about especially when you're younger, no matter if you wanted to get laid, no matter what a woman said, you didn't matter. I steeled myself to some really bad personalities way too late in life.
Well, let me ask you this. For how long can you do that? Let's say you meet a girl and she's really hot, you're very attracted. And let's say you have sex with her on the first night. Oh, I like where you're going. So if the pillow talk is you realize, whoa, we do not have anything in common. Then are you still the next night like, hey, you up? Yeah.
No, you're describing a different guy.
Okay.
Look, I never got married, and that's for a reason.
Yeah.
Some people, don't get married because they don't like girls at all. Some people don't get married because they like them a lot.
That's your category.
Right. But I was never really like that first night guy.
Really?
I'd have liked to be.
You just didn't have the option? You didn't have the game?
I mean, it's happened sometimes, but first of all, when it could have happened more, I was stupid about, as men are. Like, I did not really understand who I was very well. This podcast is brought to you by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform that lets anyone build a website. Squarespace lets you build a professional website, sell stuff, run a business, whatever, all in one place. Because apparently, you can't just exist anymore. You have to have a brand. Remember when a brand was just what they did to cows? Well, now everybody's got one. Your dog has one, your plants have one. But hey, if we're all doing it, you should check out Squarespace. They've got this thing called Blueprint AI that basically builds the site for you. You just tell it what you do, what you like, and it spits out something that actually looks like you know what you're doing. The best part? You can add appointments, email campaigns, videos, all without having to talk to a web guy. So go to squarespace.com/clubrandom for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use code CLUBRANDOM for 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. Squarespace, because if everyone else gets to pretend they're an influencer, you might as well look good doing it.
Were you famous?
No, I mean...
Okay, this is when you were not famous. But did it make a difference after you...
But I'm still not famous to any woman usually under 30.
Interesting.
They have no idea who I am, which is great.
Yeah, you have to work harder.
Well, no, it's just that, like...
you have to say, you want to watch my show?
That sounds like it's going to be good.
It isn't.
But it never is, because then people who are like fans, then they're like too nervous.
Right.
When you go to have sex, they're like, they're just frozen. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's happened more than once. They just like, they're too like...
They're like, I can't believe I'm doing it with
I guess so. I guess so. But it's like...
And then that makes you feel
It's so
weird.
much better to have somebody like, first of all, yes, you know they like you for you.
Yeah.
And they're not like overwhelmed by the experience.
Yeah.
which
right.
is, which is not that's not exactly a
like
pussy wetner being overwhelmed, so.
I like that you want to keep women underwhelmed. That's what I'm hearing you say.
Underwhelmed by my celebrity, overwhelmed by who I am,
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say your skills.
No, but I'm not out there. I'm not. Look, that's not who I even am. I'm not out there trying to find women. I'm totally
You're not.
No.
But there was a day when you were.
Definitely.
A few days.
Many days.
And
yes.
so you have calmed down, settled down.
Totally, and I don't like to reveal.
I wish you would.
Too many specifics about my real life. I don't think that's ever productive in show business, but I'll just say I'm extremely happy. I'm very extremely happy. So that's,
okay, and
that's
you
all
don't
good.
have to answer this question. Are you extremely happy because you have someone that you like to hang out with?
Yes, that one.
Yeah. That's so, see, isn't that, it's so nice.
It's so nice. Oh, I mean, nice.
It's like you hit on different levels, not just like one.
I hit on different women.
But now you're not.
No.
No.
No, I don't want to, and I'm too old to, and no, everything came out in the wash, but, I have probably more regrets about that part of my life than any other part of my life, because the fact that the stupidity reigned so late, just your look.
I'm taking it in. I'm taking it in.
It said it all.
No,
I didn't need any comment.
I don't know.
I
was just thinking. No, Bill, I was just thinking because.
But it does.
Yeah, because
it's like it doesn't. Like
you want to have somebody. It's nice to find somebody who you can share your experiences with.
Right.
And if you don't find the right person, then it doesn't work. Then you might as well just fuck around. You know what I mean?
There's only two real pleasures in life.
I can't wait.
I think. There's doing
spaghetti. No.
is doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
Just talking, having an awesome time, connecting mentally, like having a couple of drinks, smoking, and that's just this nothing like mental ping pong.
I agree.
And fucking. Everything else is kind of secondary. I mean, yes.
You're just filling time so you get to do it again.
Well, no, there's something wonderful about, taking a bath and snuggling up and watching a movie and bowling.
Because it's very intimate
having
because you don't do
dinner
it
with friends, but it's nothing is as good as this or fucking.
Because it's
Those are
intimate. Because you're truly connecting with somebody.
I've said to people, I hate that I have to decide between kissing you and talking to you.
Oh, that's very sweet.
And sexy.
That's a very sweet.
But it's true.
That's
that's been true.
That's a very sweet sentiment.
Yeah, well, try getting it, though. I mean, it's not like that grows on trees.
No, I know.
That feeling with someone and having that with someone, and
That's
sometimes
true.
you have it, and then you don't have it, and I mean, it's like that's a feeling that's a high you're always chasing.
That's true.
So if you catch it,
You need to. You should hold on.
Well, you shouldn't fuck it up.
You shouldn't fuck it up.
That's what men's usual trip up
They
is.
love to fuck it up. They can't think ahead.
We don't want to.
I know you don't. You're not trying to.
We're not trying to.
But
at least give us that.
I
We're
will
not
give you that. You're not trying
We're
to.
not trying to. We can't
But
help.
once in a while, you're not thinking
Period.
2 steps ahead. Like, oh,
Two.
if I do this thing, then this thing
Right.
might happen. Yeah.
That's true. I must say, in my second half century of life, post 50, I would say around there, I feel like I did finally absorb that one. Like there is a tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Like, would it be great to fuck this person? Yes. But then what are her expectations going to be?
In tomorrow.
And even if I said to her in words, here's a sophisticated thing I learned late. Even if I said to her in words that, I am who I am and this is not going to be blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
The kind of growth that you would hope would have happened earlier.
Yeah. Well,
But,
I mean, a lot of times that happens. You don't have kids, right?
Not to my knowledge.
But call in if you're watching.
You do a lot of these bit takes. I'm going to tell you, you and I are going to be hosting a morning show at some point. I have a feeling that I am going to be the Regis to your Kathy Lee at some point.
No one's going to learn one thing, but we will tell it like it is.
I'm telling you, that is a show.
Okay, let's do it.
If you think you had a good TV husband before, I'll give you a better one.
I know you're talking my language. You really know how to talk
No, I'm
to a
telling you,
woman.
I think that's what you should go to. Because they're not going to give you a break in this town. They're just fucking assholes. They are. They really are. And they're just such a bunch of fucking teenage girls who don't want you to sit at their lunch table. And I just don't think that's going to change.
Yeah. Well, it's been...
But you could do a show.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd be really great at that.
All right.
You got the wardrobe. I love this. This is a perfect.
See,
I'm not joking.
It's because
this
you're
is
so
great,
high.
It's a great.
No, because when we started out,
I'm
you were
just
like
one guy. Don't go by me. This is a great. If I was the producer, I'd be like,
wear that
this is a
outfit.
great first show outfit.
Okay.
This is exactly what we want to be selling to the people, because you want somebody like. I feel like women's TV has been like either an overweight lesbian, somebody who's not threatening to us at all, or Tyra Banks. I feel like we need something in the middle.
Between. That's not
like a
you
hot
don't have
chick,
to be a supermodel.
But like
a
someone who's
sensible.
well, she's like she is the aspiration for us at that age. To be, if we could be as hot as her at that age, we're really far because we're watching daytime TV. So we're obviously also eating Funyuns. But okay, but someone
Sacrifice. Well, oh my God, that was incredible. absolutely fucking incredible. Hello, everyone. Number one, I hope you have been having a lovely weekend so unbelievable. far. Amazingly I unbelievable. wish I could say that I am making this video because I have good news. Unfortunately, I am making this video. I hope you have been having...
Okay, so we're here live on Kick.com and YouTube. Make sure to like, subscribe, and follow the channel. Ember Paradox is calling for everybody to help for Rev Says Desu. A desperate plea to Rev Says Desu. Or at least she's saying that she's making a plea to him. Either way, I'm very curious to get into this. Let's see what this is about.
A lovely weekend so far. I wish I could say that I am making this video because I have good news. Unfortunately, I am making this video out of grave concern for a fellow VTuber, someone who I respect and admire, and I fear that they may be either hiding or refusing to see the problems that they have been experiencing as of late. So I am making this video as a means to plead with them to seek help. Help that I am offering to him. So as many of you may know, Rev Says Desu is a wonderful YouTuber who is an invaluable source of news. He has done great things as far as keeping people informed on what's happening within the social zeitgeist of the goings-on, primarily in social media and streaming. And I myself watch many of his videos. Frequently, I will react to them on stream. However, recently I noticed something, which you may see in the photo here to my right.
Okay. So I'm a little confused so far, but you're doing okay. You've got a strange growth happening. I don't understand.
Your
This sounds so serious, but now
which is that
I'm thinking maybe it's
Rev
not.
has been experiencing a very odd growth over the past week, 2 weeks.
What?
Now, I attempted to bring this issue to light, to inform Rev, because I was so very concerned. Responded by possibly know what I was talking about. That his class, there is something troubling and wrong happening here to him. So as many of you may know, I truly feel that you are suffering, that you are afflicted with a condition that even you may not be aware of. And that is why I wish to help Rev. It's why I wish to help you. Now, it took a lot of string pulling, a great deal of string pulling, but for you, price is no object. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that...
Wow.
And I've got one more. I got one more for tonight. And I don't care if I'm going over, fuck it, I don't gotta work tomorrow. So, well, yes, 504, the whole thing is I went and washed my face, so yes, I washed my paws. Alright, chat, we got one more good one. And again, I do not fucking care if we go over, because I don't have work in the morning. So, fuck it. If we go over, we go over. Chat, it's time for another story of heroism. Okay? I saw this, and I thought, we've got to see it. It's Operation Glacier from 2007, when Marines rode atop an Apache to go save one of their own. Another story of incredible heroism. I will probably cry again, but I don't care. Brevin, that is what the title of this video says. They rode atop
Rover,
an Apache. Let's say.
Thanks to Supremacy World War III for sponsoring this video. It's a free-to-play, military-themed PvP strategy game set in a modern warfare environment. Play in real time as you control a nation and use its army against up to 99 other gamers in a struggle for world domination. Playing in real time allows for a deep level of strategic planning. Each nation must be carefully developed, and you build your army with present-day and highly modern battlefield technology. You can also control its economy and form alliances to conquer objectives through the combined force of arms. Play on PC and mobile as you engage in battles, strategize and conquer the world. To check it out, use the QR code on screen now or click the link in the video description below. New players who sign up with my link will get an exclusive starter pack containing one free seasonal unit with a value of $25, valid for the next 30 days. Thanks again to Supremacy.
Oh my God. Hold up! Hilbert! Chat, do you see what I see? I realize this is an ad, but do you see what I see right now? Tell me I'm not the only one that sees it. Uh-huh. Tell me this doesn't look like motherfucking Tom Cruise. Tell me this does not look like Tom Cruise. That is Tom fucking Cruise. That is Tom Cruise right fucking there. Dear, no, it not could be. Girl, that is Tom Cruise. This is awfully bold of World War III to Alright, put Tom we'll do this one. Cruise's Hero put out a likeness. video. Hero put out a video about our favorite dumbass.
Bro,
Chat.
it's about Hassan.
You're gonna like this, I think. You're gonna like this. Hero Hay put out a video about Hassan. I saw the clip of this on Twitter. I think this is about Hassan getting rejected by Mondani. So he got, like, kicked out of Mondani's, victory party in New York. You know, Hassan, the guy who's basically been schlorping, glorping all over Mondani.
Okay, YouTube, welcome back to the stream. We are live on Kick and YouTube, of course, but we're going to do a quick react to Ember Paradox's video about Hassan. Apparently some crazy shit happened. Let's get into it.
I saw the clip of this on Twitter. I think this is about Hassan getting rejected by Mondani. So he got, like, kicked out of Mondani's, victory party in New York. You know, Hassan, the guy who's basically been schlorping, glorping all over Mondani's cock, say he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Yeah, he got rejected. He got, like, basically told, I think he got, like, you're not on the list. Why? Hero just put out a short little video about this. Let's take a look at it.
Guys, you're not going to believe this. Another set of Hassan clips has hit the internet. So as you may know, Hassan is a giant fan, a giant glazer of Zoran Mamdani, who just won the election for mayor of New York City. He even has this little graphic of himself interacting with Mamdani there. They're like shaking hands and stuff. But unfortunately...
Yeah, like, I swear to God, you know how... This is Hassan's... Hassan. You know how Dan Clancy lives under Hassan's desk so he can desperately lap at his inverted micropenis? This is Hassan's Hassan. If he could, he would reside under Mondani's mayoral desk just so he could service the mayor while he was working. That's how much he's schlorping glorps all over this man's cock.
But unfortunately for Hassan, like a week ago, his heart was broken by Mamdani because he publicly disavowed him live on air.
I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation...
Hey, the lean is not enough. I've got to get out of the way so you can see Hassan's face. When his idol, when his Oshi fist slaps him on national TV. Okay? This is a national bitch slap.
About him live on air.
I find the comments that Hassan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only...
Bear in mind, right before this, the moderator, was it the moderator? I can't remember if it was the moderator or Cuomo, brought up Hassan. I think it might have been the moderator talking about extremists online and cited Hassan specifically. And these two were losing their shit. They were squeeing like little girls. Like, oh my God, they're talking about us, bitch. We're famous. Paraphrasing, of course. When the moderator brought up Hassan as being basically an extremist threat online. And of course, Cuomo downplayed it, and the whole time they're squeeing and just basically fingering themselves into a libtard fury while they were listening to Cuomo discount him. And then Mamdani speaks, and look at him.
Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists.
Well, it's a good thing Hassan is handling this so well. I mean, what a champ. I'm sure he's not just trying to save face or anything. Well, despite that, Hassan would continue advocating.
He was trying to play it up. He was trying to play it up like it's a joke. You know, he was like, his heart just dropped. Where he's like, my Oshi. My Oshi. Why would you say that? Why would you say that, senpai? Why would you say that? You know he was crushed. And yeah, he was kind of doing that. Like he was trying to laugh, but he was coping so fucking hard. Because again, a few seconds earlier, the pair of them were squeeing like schoolgirls. They were absolutely squeeing like schoolgirls. When Cuomo was talking about it and when the moderator brought it up, they were fucking thrilled. And then Mamdani says something, and he's like, no! Oh, I better play this up. No!
Advocating for Zoran Mamdani, and even the other day visited his election party. Unfortunately for Hassan, though, there was another tragedy. Hassan gets rejected entry to upstairs seating at the Zoran Mamdani election party, with a quote from someone who's helping to run this election party saying to Hassan, I do not have you for the upstairs list.
I do not have you for the upstairs list.
Okay.
Can I see your text?
Oh, I'm staff. I'm escorting him.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
You're
so we can't
escorted?
go upstairs.
So they're not on the list for upstairs?
I do not, but do you have this wristband? I can also just check in the chat.
Well, so I thought those could go upstairs, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
But I can double check and just make sure.
Upstairs.
Well, Revan, he's shocked because he fully figured that Mamdani publicly disavowed him for political points. In his little put away keepsake heart, he thought for sure that he was still his Oshi, and he just oh, I was just gonna do it for the cameras. I still love you, Hassan. But
my end.
More seating area.
Yeah, I just wanted a drink. I'm good.
After they were told multiple times that, yeah, you're not gonna make it upstairs, sorry about that, Hassan left and continued trying to say that he doesn't really care, he just really wanted a drink, that's all.
Right?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Are there drinks here or no? Oh, we can get drinks here. All right, perfect. What do you want, March?
I don't drink while I'm working.
Yeah, I don't care about going upstairs and, partying with Mamdani.
I don't care. Stupid party anyway. I didn't even want to go upstairs. I was doing as a favor for him. I didn't even want to come to this stupid party. He sounds like a 13-year-old. He sounds like a 14-year-old girl right now.
And his other people. I didn't really care about that. I just wanted to drink, bro. That's all. Yeah, sure. This is pretty sad, though. Like,
oh, he's a tsundere. Chat. Hassan is a little whiny tsundere. Yeah. Stupid fuck. I didn't even want to go to your stupid party. Fucker.
bro, that's all. Yeah, sure. This is pretty sad, though. Like, sad for multiple reasons. Like, bro got rejected by his idol. And the other thing that's sad is, like, this guy, being Hassan, claiming to be a socialist, but then, like, desperately trying to party with the upper class people, which of course falls right in line with, like, his lifestyle, buying all this expensive stuff and living in one of the most expensive areas in LA, etc., while talking about how anti-capitalist he is. And here's what he says after being rejected.
We can show here, it's fine. We have no motion. We're out, we're done. We're washed. We're washed.
Probably getting.
Oh, and he was even wearing his pearls. Look, he was even wearing his pearls for Mamdani. Oh, he got rejected when he was wearing his... He even got himself all dolled up, wearing his pearls, wearing his Gucci. Probably made sure he had the nice sensual perfume on. Haven't seen his shoes, but I'm guessing he's wearing the fuck me pumps. He was all dolled up and got rejected.
Kicked out within the next 15 minutes.
Most likely. We'll be escorted. Yeah, no drink tickets. No drink tickets, no bitches. No drink tickets, no bitches.
$20 have to pay for every drink.
Oh, the ring. Oh, the rings too. He's even glizzed up on all of his rings. He was making it known that he was open for business. Oh.
I don't care about that.
No,
they wouldn't even give bro and his like cameraman drink tickets either. They're giving out drink tickets apparently, but not to him. I mean, what? What a sad turn of events for Hassan Piker. Oh my gosh. Anyways, yeah, that's the latest. Let me know what you guys think about that stuff in the comments, and I hope you've been having a great week, unlike some people that we know around here. But yeah, have a great rest of your week, and I'll see you in the comments here and in the next one.
There's another thing. Hang on a second. There's another thing. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it, because this would be the perfect cap. Yes, here we go. This was the same night. I'm pretty sure if this was on the same night. H3 posted this. Yeah, this was on the same night at the victory party. Okay, this was at Mamdani's victory party. This might have contributed to why Mamdani said, yeah, take that motherfucker off the list. Listen to this.
Done.
What do you think it means that this guy ran as a socialist and anti-communism didn't work to stop him? That's big.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. And the reality of the matter is, there's a lot of antagonism. There's no class consciousness in the United States.
I'm going to repeat that because it bears repeating. I might even up the volume for you guys in case you can't hear. I'm going to repeat that.
Didn't work to stop him. That's big.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately.
This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. So first, Hassan says America deserved 9/11. First, Hassan says that the thousands of lives that were lost during the 9/11 attacks were deserved in Hassan's mind. And now he's saying it's unfortunate that America beat back Russia, that America beat back communism, that he wanted Russia to take over America back during the Cold War. The face of socialism. The face of the leftist wing in the modern day, chat. This is the face of the modern leftists and socialists. I wonder why Donnie said, yeah, take that motherfucker's name off the list. I don't want to have anything to do with him. And he's gonna go Pikachu shocked face when they say, you ain't on the list. And get all sad. Fuck you, Hassan. You dog torturing, anti-American, cock gobbling thundercut. But too bad for you, you won't be gobbling Mom Donnie's cock. Oh, Laura.
This Tofu, I was scared for a second when I saw the girl in the VTube skin. Yeah, sorry Tofu. But did you get all that? I haven't had anybody in chat, so I've been really kind of not watching the chat, so I apologize for that, my dude. Oh, you just interested in catching the last. Did you get what was in this? This is this Hassan bullshit. Yeah. Well, it is, but we love it. We love doing that. I absolutely fucking love that shit. Cause the crazy thing. Oh, what was I gonna look at? So there's wait. This, and the thing I wanted to show you, Denmark.
Why Denmark is suddenly declaring war on immigration.
Mjølnerparken doesn't look.
Oh, you watched it yesterday? Yeah, dude. It is nuts. It is absolutely nutty. But again, you were telling me just yesterday, last night when we was talking, that this is actually, basically, this is almost only a recent change that they've made, apparently.
We're gonna walk down.
Hold the phone. Okay, this is the big one. This is gonna be the big one. They say I missed that part in the video. I really did. I just watched Asmongold's reaction. He kind of you'll miss things if you're not paying too much of attention, you know. Just because that is the nature of the beast. essentially, with Asmongold. But this, did you know? So the right got like 20%, and suddenly, this tofu says, and suddenly left was like, oh yeah, let's deport them. Yeah, bro, it's actually insane. What I don't understand is why anybody in Europe is putting up with. I mean, this is we're talking about the continent where all of the countries, isn't Hungary also being based as fuck? You know, before Denmark has made the change, and before even Poland, I think there's something like Hungary's like, nah, we're not putting up with that bullshit. I don't know. What's so you guys are surrounded by, let's see, Europe. Okay, Austria, Germany. So is there no Belgium? That's right, Netherlands. Hungary is super anti-migrants, yeah. Germany and the other retard countries made them pay fines for not taking refugees. I'm going to put this out right here so you can see when I'm getting your messages. And it's cheaper to pay the fine than to actually have the refugee. Right? So, like, Switzerland is socialist as hell in a way, but they're also, like, capitalistic as hell in a way. They're, like, kind of woke, kind of not, but, you know, a little bit of both. It's a mixed bag. What? What is this? What is this place? Czechia? What the fuck? Wait, Prague? Isn't Prague a German town? Isn't that a German city? What the fuck? What the hell? Oh my god! Wait. Ember has hosted me? What's happening? Bro! What? Ember? Holy shit! Thank you, Ember! Oh my gosh! Holy shit! We're just looking at a map to try to get and understand a couple of things. We were watching Asmongold's
Why
take
Denmark is suddenly
on Denmark and immigration and stuff. And yo, playing GeoGuessr. Not playing GeoGuessr, but I will be playing some games later on, probably either Final Fantasy Tactics IC or something like that. But we were just Tofu in chat is one of my friends from Germany, and we were talking about what the state of Italy is in. It is nutty over there. It is absolutely nutty. Just the kind of crazy stuff that's going on. And so, again, we were just having this conversation basically about, you know, the state of Europe, right? All these countries that are, you know, just the freedoms are dying constantly. They're constantly getting in trouble with all the different things. Like, if you post on social media, you get arrested. You know, shit like that. In the UK, Germany, it's like that. And then, of course, later on, we got some stuff that I wanted to cover. Anti-fascism, so Antifa by Andy NGO, which I'm not even like into this too much. I just was shared this by one of my friends, and then just got a bunch of different stuff that we wanted to cover. Cheryl Hines, Bobby Kennedy's wife, did Club Random with Bill Maher, who I freaking love. Bill Maher, he's hilarious. I weep for Spain, my ancestral home. Canito, tell me, what the hell? I don't even know. Is Spain also like? How many countries are getting effed? I'm sure that if there is anything going on, Asmongold probably covered it. All of them? Brother! No, but of course. This is happening. What is happening? Oh, the Mamdani bullshit. Dude, it gets worse and worse as time goes on because the craziest shit is happening in the world right now, and we now have the largest city in America, the home sweet home capital of capitalism, New York, where the towers fell, right? So we have a mayor who has been elected to New York who he was literally promoting the globalized intifada, which means to destroy Israel and then go on global jihad, which means everybody who's not a Muslim, you convert them or kill them. That's what global jihad is. And then this dude is caught saying that and supporting globalized intifada by Hamas, with like supporting Hamas. And so this basically, that just proves he's a jihadist. And the thing is, for me, he is now the mayor of the same city in which the towers fell from jihadi terrorism. That is, you have to imagine what is happening. And he's a literal communist, like a Marxist communist. I don't. This is scary as shit. This is really fucking scary. It's bad, guys. So I want to see what the hell this is all about, really, real quick.
So people were not happy about this. Al-Qaeda comes to the White House. There he is. There he is. All right. And, yep, there you are. And, yeah, of course. Like, why the fuck not? And as far as I know, yeah, this is what it is. And Syria is important strategically. Let me see if I can find it. Trump, Syria. See if I can pull this up and, you know.
Wait, the White House? Elridge 66, good to see you.
You know, we don't. Listen, guys, we don't talk about that anymore, okay? That was a long time ago. This is literally years ago. We don't think about that anymore.
Bro, this guy? Oh, man.
It is what it is, right? And seems like a nice guy. Yeah, I guess so. And anyway, and there he is. Everybody's getting along. Everything's fine. Things are good.
This is nuts,
wow.
bro. What?
And yeah, he loves him. He thinks he's great.
Trump is
it's
so
just
like
funny
that.
to me.
I mean, literally, so Xi Jinping is the successor to Mao, right? Mao is responsible for the Tiananmen Square. Does anybody here not know what Tiananmen Square is before I move on real quick? Does anybody here not know what the Tiananmen Square incident is? Anybody? Elridge 66? Okay. Tiananmen Square.
No one knows how many people have died, and the hospital figures indicates that at least 300 have died. The figure may be as high as 3,000 or more. Many were civilians who went into the street unarmed to challenge the
death toll was over 100,000.
military and were mowed down by machine gun fire or run over by tanks. But amazingly, people were still defying the army today. Richard Roth has one story.
It was noontime today in the center of Beijing when a man walked to the middle of the Avenue of Eternal Peace, which, as it happened, was already...
Yeah, man versus tank. Basically, they wanted more... it was a university of kids. They wanted to be able to have open forums and discussion about a couple of different things that they wanted to get changed in the government, etc., blah, blah, blah. And ultimately what happened is the Chinese Communist Party said, how about instead of that, we give you tanks in the face. And they started killing people en masse. So the dude's, the Mao's son, Xi Jinping, is currently the dictator of the Chinese Communist Party in China. And you got Trump, who is just, I mean, we're talking about a guy who's like, oh, we have a great relationship. There's nothing like it. He's a tough guy. He's a tough cookie, but you gotta hand it to him. No, the relationship with Xi is great. It's fantastic.
I really think he likes him. I do. I there he is. Ex-Al-Qaeda serial leader, serial leader meets Trump at the White House after pledge to the great ally of the United States. What happened to this? Do you want to know what happened to this? I will give people an honest answer of what happened.
There goes your chance to go to China. This Tofu. Okay, Tofu, my dude. I love Chinese history. I've read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms novels. It's a Chinese classic. I don't have any desire to visit China. No foreseeable future plans there, so I think I'm good.
But
the Great Wall, I can see that online anytime I want.
He won. He won.
Benito says, I heard Hassan got stopped by cops at Tiananmen Square. Bro, I heard Hassan got stopped. You go from 3D to 2D now? Bro, yeah, the tanks and oh my god, dude. So I just like Chinese takeout. True. Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Happened to this? Do you want to know what happened to this? I will give people an honest answer of what happened. He won. He won. He took over, and now we got to deal with him. That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, he got his wish. He lost weight. Yeah, he did. He lost weight. And, yeah, game recognized game. And also, by the way, this guy's a psycho. Sure. But I think Trump and Putin and Xi Jinping, I think they're the same thing. Really?
They are. They are. This Tofu says, I'm going to buy the Great Wall and put it around Europe. Bro! Yo, for anybody out there who is living in any of those European countries, look, I tell you what, here's what we're going to do, okay? Gotta get yourselves a Trump. Find you guys a Trump, okay? And then, let's see. Spain is done. It's done. It's cooked. It's fucking cooked. So right here, you start right here, you build a wall. Italy, meh, it's probably fine. And then Bulgaria, no, it's like, just like, maybe Greece and Bulgaria, you can kind of keep those guys. Let's keep them. Right here, we build the wall right about here-ish, okay? Build a wall right here, and then we go right. Oh, there's Ukraine and Moldova. You know what? Let's start with the Romanian border and build that wall just like, right here-ish, okay? And then we go up north and we just, boom, this is the new border, right? The cutoff for Ukraine. We're like, sorry guys, you've lost everything else. And then Belarus, nope, we want to build a wall around Poland, all of that shit. Maybe Lithuania, we'll see. That's how you build it, right there. And then basically, right here, after we build this wall right here, right, what we do, starting with Turkey, is so like all this stuff all the way out to here, all the way up to here, and up through to Russia, just like cut them off, just like totally cut the whole fucking thing off. And then we have Italy and Greece and Crete over here, Cyprus. we can get into Israel. We can like still have the Mediterranean, right? That's what we do. Okay? Sound good? You guys get yourselves a Trump over in Europe. And yeah, keep Romania out, LOL. I guess. I don't know. He's right. We're going to buy the Great Wall from China. From China! Then we're going to sell it to Europe and make a lot of money on the deal. Keep Romania out. Every Paris, London scammer video you see is Romanian gypsies. Wow. For real? That's where they're coming from? First, we send Hassan back to Turkey. Yes! Canito, I don't know you. I love you already. Please, God, can we please just send Hassan back?
I think they do the same thing.
We need it.
It's not like this is some kind of dramatic, massive difference.
Like, it's
they're all psychos. Yeah, they get it. They know why he did it for sure. And Zelensky, I don't know about. I really just don't know enough about him, right? But yeah, maybe Trump reported to him. Took the $10 million. Well, I have no idea. You're so ignorant. You don't know the context. You don't know his real past. Who cares? Who gives a shit? He's running the country. Do we want to work with Syria, or do we want to? Hey, I've got a better idea. Let's continue the endless war into Sandland forever. Let's continue the endless war in the sand for no reason.
Yeah, we don't want that.
I know what we can do. Maybe 10 more bombs are going to solve the problem. The first million didn't solve the problem, but maybe 10 more. Send 10 more bombs over to the Sandland, and maybe we're going to fix this. I think, this is just me, I think it wasn't working. I think that the best solution, let them do whatever the fuck they're going to do over there. They want to do something, that's fine. Then complain about it. Yes, I don't have a problem with this. I think this is amazing. Finally. Can we finally move past...
Elridge66, at least Trump says no to all the war BS. Give them one strike. Make a deal. If they F up, cook them. Yeah. Basically, he's like, no, we're not going to preemptively be, all bitchy and mad at all these other countries. We're not going to preemptively just be in bad relations with everybody. With I'm in charge now. Let's give everybody a clean slate, and let's just trade. Let's have prosperity instead of war, right? Clean slate. And then the first time that anybody fucks up, well, I mean, don't blink, guys, but that generational 20-year-long war that was supposed to happen after we bombed Iran's nuclear facility, well, don't blink, because it was fucking over in a night. Just a couple of hours with a B-2 stealth bomber flying overhead, and then it was gone. Goodbye. Don't blink. War's over, boys. Pack it up. Go home. We offer you silver or lead. True, brother. True, Canito. Absolutely based. I mean, how can you be mad at that? How can you be mad at that? You know?
This bullshit. Yeah, it was not good that this happened. It was not good.
The one thing I get mad about Asmon, I swear he knows this. Asmon must know that it takes 60 votes. And he said he's read it in his chat before. It's 60 votes to get the bill passed to fund the government, because the government shut down because they have 53 Republicans, so it's a majority, but they need 60 votes to pass the bill, right? And so he covers the story, and he talks about how, it looks bad, you control the Senate, the House, the presidency, all the shit, and the government is shut down, but he doesn't put in the caveat or explain, right? He doesn't seem to give his viewers the understanding that this is because they, the Democrats, all keep voting no. They keep voting to shut down. They don't want to open up the government. They keep voting no. They need 60 votes to get this through. And so that's the one thing about Asmon lately that kind of irks me. But I think what Asmon, if he knows this, surely he must know that what the Democrats are demanding, $1.5 trillion for subsidies in Obamacare, which means it's just failing. I mean, if you have to subsidize it with $1.5 trillion in government funding, it must not be working out very well. Right? Like, here's a product of healthcare. Here's a healthcare plan. It's so bad, you can't even get people to buy it unless they literally fucking give you the money to buy it. If Obamacare was so good, if the healthcare plans for the subsidies for Obamacare were so great, then why will no one buy it unless you literally give them the fucking money to buy it? Like, bro. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, the Dems were the ones talking about leverage. Yeah, they're the ones using the leverage. The leverage being that SNAP, the military, air traffic control, all the government employees are not getting paid and people are not getting SNAP benefits or food stamps. It's a fucking disaster, and they can keep saying on all the legacy media channels, it's the Republicans' fault. But we want to open up the government, but it's the Republicans' fault. Fucking no, it's not. It's a clean CR. They're literally keeping in the plans that they said they wanted to end November 2025. It's crazy.
The decapitated and murdered people.
I love Asmon, but sometimes he misses.
This was not.
But I think what his plan is. Here's his plan. His plan is he agrees with Trump, and he wants them to end the filibuster, meaning you no longer need 60 votes. You can do it with 51 votes, and that's all you need. I think that would be disastrous. But he's like, no, fuck it. Just get rid of the filibuster and then pass everything. Get everything we want. Holy shit.
It was not great.
That's what Asmon
I think we all know this. Not a good thing to have happen. But overall, it's fine. I don't think it's a big deal. And the sandbox, yeah, exactly. It's less than ideal. Yeah, it's less than ideal. Also, plenty of other guys that are leaders of countries have killed tons of people. It's not like this guy's special. He's not special. Yeah, like, what is this? It's like a PvPer going to the mainstream raid leader. That's all this is. Yeah. He won the fight. He took the country over, and now we got to deal with him. I think it's fine.
And the 60 vote requirement.
And again, what if can we imagine a world maybe we could actually get along with this guy and everything can improve? Well, like, we don't need to think about that one. All right. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Bro.
No. Well, what the fuck? That's just how it is. Yeah, stop scrolling. I mean, again, it was blurred out, right? I mean, it's blurred out. They put it on newspapers, right? What am I going to get in trouble for that? I don't think so. So, yeah, at least he's got... Yeah, he also wore a suit. Yeah, true. He did wear a suit. And there it is. And why did Israel ask Trump to lift the sanction on Syria's #1 terrorist, Rouhani? Well, he's not the #1 terrorist anymore. He's the government now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the government. They want it.
I used to want to run for office, but the POTUS can't do something I really enjoy. Oh, boy. And what would that be, Canito? What would that be?
They want Rouhani to join the Abraham Accords and normalize with Israel. That's absolutely what they're doing. That absolutely 100% is what's happening. Yeah, pictured in an upbeat mood in their first meeting in the White House. Man.
Well, you can. So here's the thing. You're absolutely in charge. Your Secret Service would be absolutely furious. Like, they will hound you. They will yell at you. Because their job is to keep you alive. So they don't give a fuck what you tell them. They will try to do whatever they can to save your life. So they will.
The former government is their terrorist.
They will get in front of the car and stop it. Like,
no, that's right. He literally fought against ISIS. Well, either way, like, whatever it is, whoever he fought against or any of that bullshit, I think this is great. I do. I think it's great, and hopefully we can move past the bullshit of the past. Watch a CNN interview. Can you think of a bigger promotion? Yeah. Oh, actually, Trump. See, Trump was going to. If Trump didn't win the presidency,
clarify for me, guys.
He would have gone to jail.
Was it Al Qaeda or was it the Taliban that attacked on 9/11? It's one of those two, right? It's one of those two. Pirate Nation. Okay, got it. Sponsored video on Xbox YouTube. Okay. Bro! What? Apparently Asmongold hates white people? It's a sponsor, super effective XP sponsored. What the fuck? What? How the fuck is this sponsored? So it was Al Qaeda. Okay, the Taliban were the Afghan government. Right. Yeah. So literally, 9/11 party is in the White House. That's fucking nuts. This is unhinged. This is fucking unhinged. I don't understand this. I really fucking don't. I really don't. This is nuts. Wow. Okay.
Would have been over for him, and they probably would have also arrested people in his family. So it's kind of the same thing. Like, I mean, this guy was a little bit more extreme about it, right? But, like, generally, like, if he hadn't won the presidency, they would have put him in jail. He had all these felonies against him, everything like this. So he had it all on the line to win the presidency. And this guy kind of had it all on the line, too. And so there it is. Syrian rebel leader says to overthrow Assad regime. Well, I don't know about that. I'd have to go back and see it. He was on Fox News. You should see it. Okay, let me see if there's something that's worth looking at.
Yeah, and you guys, anything anybody wants me to see, look at, take a look at, whatever, you are all, in this channel, you are all allowed to do that. You can post links, URLs. I will pull it up on the side, and I appreciate whatever you guys want me to check out, share, all that stuff.
Where is it? If there's an interview with him? I'm not seeing an interview with this guy. USA lifts sanctions on Syria. Yeah, here it is.
Also happening today, President Trump will host Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara, making him the first ever Syrian leader to visit the White House since the country's independence in 1946.
The first Syrian leader to ever visit the White House since 1946. That is insane.
That's wow.
U.S. lifting terror-related sanctions on the leader just days ago. Joining me now is former Benghazi Annex Security Team member and retired U.S. Marine Mark Geist. Mark, great to see you as always. How stunning is it to have a guy who was once held in a U.S.-run detention center after joining Al-Qaeda, now visiting the White House as the leader of Syria?
Well, they came out ahead. He's a winner.
I mean, yeah, kind of, but is that a good thing?
Good for him.
For us, I don't know.
Yeah. Times change.
You know, it's the nature of the world. I mean, leadership changes across every nation. And if we want true peace in the Middle East, we have to reach across that and reach out to those that may have been enemies at one time and try to ensure that we can get peace throughout the Middle East.
He's completely right about everything. He's totally right. Completely agree with him, 100%.
The way it's going to happen.
President Trump giving 5 suggestions to al-Shara when they met back in May in Saudi Arabia. He wants to do the following: sign the Abraham Accords with Israel, or have Syria do this. Tell foreign leaders to leave, foreign terrorists to leave Syria, deport Palestinian terrorists, help the United States prevent the resurgence of ISIS, and assume.
Takes one to know one. All right. See, this is all right. Good. Maybe Yeah, I mean, because he would know what the terrorists are considering. Well, you know,
undone,
I mean, he would get it.
Responsibility for ISIS detention centers.
Yeah.
Mark, if Trump can bring Syria fully,
bro, I have to say, Canito, I agree with you. It does make me sick to my stomach that the leader of Al Qaeda was in the White House. But you know, I suppose that's a credit to Trump's determination to not involve U.S. troops just dying overseas for no fucking reason. Right? We'll give them a clean slate. We're going to say, okay, you want your people to be prosperous? You want to have a chance at the world stage? Here's your chance. Fuck it up, and you will regret it. Which is, for me, yeah, that's the way I see Trump doing this. Lived in New York City all my life. Saw the smoke from the towers at 12 years old. Yeah, I was 11. I believe I was turning 12 that December after September. So, yeah, crazy stuff.
Into the fold. What does that mean for our ability to fight ISIS, protect our country, and also, quite frankly, fight other terrorists?
Well, I think it is essential to be able to operate freely and without a bash along the Syrian and Iraq border. I mean, ISIS is still strong in Syria and still strong in a lot of Iraq.
Got to get rid of them.
We are going to have to face that, and the only way we can do that effectively is using the resources and the assets that are developed in the Middle East through both the government and our own assets to take this fight to ISIS.
Well, you were so right, though, with your first answer. Sign of the times. My gosh, the world is changing minute by minute in these alliances, and your enemy one day is your friend the next. It is wild.
Yeah, finally, maybe we can move past the endless sand war. The endless sand war that has resulted in replacing the Taliban with the Taliban after trillions of dollars and millions of lives.
Well, that's Obama's fault.
Maybe we can move away.
He literally pulled out.
To watch. Before we let you go, today is the Marines'
250th
President Trump honoring our nation's veterans yesterday at the Commanders Lions game.
Never pull out.
But also the Vice President, J.D. Vance, firing up our Marines at the Marine Corps Ball 250th birthday bash. Listen.
When we send you off to fight our nation's battles, we will do it.
This is some other shit. But like either way, no, I think this is great. Finally, we have some things that are going to change. And if this happens, it'll be great. You know, if they can help us deal with terrorism here and find the people that are causing problems here, it's even better. It's the same thing I said with Kim Jong-un. Like what we need to do with North Korea, here's what we need to do. We need to make North Korea the world's super jail. So, and I'm being serious about this. So what we do is we get Kim and we say, listen, bro, like, you know that your economy's cooked. Like, people are living on eating, like, cockroaches and they're on meth all the time.
Cockroaches?
Like, you know
What?
it's not good.
What's
like, come on. Like, let's be honest, right?
Cockroach
And so what we do is we send all of our prison...
Only pull out if you're good at it like I am. Canito. Biden has 4 pull-out game. True. Airdrop in all the degens.
All of our prisoners to North Korea. And everybody that's a problem in the whole world. Because, like, that way... Because they're already super autocratic and they're assholes and everything. That way it gets them into the global economy. They start making some money. It'll normalize their culture a little bit more. And then we can start maybe working with them, right? Now, I feel like that a bit. The prisoners will remain emaciated. I don't know if they would return. You say the prisoners would return? I don't think that's what would happen. Yeah, isn't that the movie, the movie John English? Yeah, we already did that with Australia. Yeah, and Australia's pretty. Yeah, that turned out pretty good, I'd say. So yeah, why not? North Korea doesn't want people like that. I don't know. I feel like you could get him on board with this. I mean, the Kim Jong-un isn't stupid. He might be a psycho. He might be a murderer, but he's not stupid. Like, he knows that his country's cooked, and I think that it will be good.
No, I don't. First of all, I don't think he knows that. I don't think he thinks that. And second, the data shows that China is I mean, they've only come up in the risings, right? Economically, you know, their ability to project soft power through BRICS. The only problem is, you know, it comes at the sacrifice of, you know, Chinese citizens' freedom, but it's like,
if one day in the future,
and they had to use capitalism to do that. Like, the whole point and purpose behind why they were able to do what they do is because of Hong Kong and the special zones of China that was able to flourish with capitalism.
Inevitably happen that the North Korean militaristic regime will fall. This will eventually, inevitably, undeniably happen. And that will be a good day. It will be. It will be a very, very good day. I don't want people like, what? They know what to do with people there? Yeah, exactly. And Syrian president founded ISIS in Syria. It's ironic. Trump wants him to stop terrorism in Syria. Well, wait a minute. Let me pull this up and let's just think about this for a minute, okay? He founded ISIS in Syria. It's ironic Trump wants him to stop terrorism. If I was looking for a guy to stop terrorism, I would look at the guy that invented one of the biggest terrorist clubs in the world.
Yeah, no, I don't think that, I don't know if that's going to, listen, I don't know if this strategy is going to work. Like, it's kind of a religious thing. You know, like, I'm not going to give up my belief or faith in Christianity, for example. They're not going to give up their religious beliefs that global jihad is their goal. I'm pretty confident in saying that. Like, I'm pretty fucking confident.
I would say, yeah, who better? Who better to find out where the terrorists are than the guy that finds the fucking terrorists? Hire a thief to catch a thief. Hire a hacker to find a hacker. Yep, there it is. Yeah, he's the designer of it.
Well, right now the prices are very high on India
look at it for a minute.
Russian oil, and they've stopped doing the Russian
oil. Is he live
oil.
for the end of the shutdown?
Been reduced
the shutdown does seem like it's ending. I'm not sure yet, but it does seem that way.
I mean, at some point we're going to be bringing them down. Without tariffs, this country would be in such trouble, as they were for many years. That's why we owe $38 trillion. Mm-hmm. And one of the things we're going to do, we're going to issue a dividend to our middle-income people and lower-income people of about $2,000.
Poly market doesn't think so.
We're using the remaining tariffs to lower our debt. We're going to be lowering our debt, which is a national security thing.
That's a lot.
So we're doing a lot of good work. And the numbers were reported so incorrectly.
Democrats
the real numbers are trillions of dollars have been taken in or gotten in terms of investment from the tariffs. And so if that were ever reversed, it would be a disaster. Frankly, it would be a national security problem for our country. And nobody thinks it's going to be reversed. I think we had a very good court case.
88%.
Before the Supreme Court right now. But if that were ever reversed, people are saying, oh, it's $1 billion. Some people said, oh, it's $2 billion. Well, that obviously we can handle.
Stanley 2.0, yeah.
But this is trillions of dollars we're talking about in terms of the tariff income and all the investment income that's come into our country. We have more than, I would say right now, more than $18 trillion.
Why don't we pay down the debt instead of handing out the money?
The biggest number ever is a tiny fraction of that for any country. China, the United States.
Okay, when will the government shutdown end? It'll probably end sometime either this week or next week.
The biggest number ever. If you look at the past administration, Biden, he did less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We're over $18 trillion.
Why would he do?
Because they can't keep it up indefinitely.
By the time my first year ends, we're going to have over $20 trillion of investment coming into the United States. It's unheard of. We have AI factories. We're leading China by a lot. We have cars and
it's going down a lot.
Coming in by more than we've ever had built before.
So everybody thinks it's going to be over in 2 days.
If we lose the tariff case. So all of it would go away. So they're not giving the right numbers. It would be
AI factories?
Disaster.
Well, yeah.
It would be a national security disaster if we lost the case in the Supreme Court.
Can we ask that tariff rebate? This is an idea that you've been talking about for months. This is going to directly and positively impact millions of Americans. Why was this important for you to do, and when can
Okay, this is just some other bullshit. All right, I want to make sure. I didn't want them to ask about the fat thing and me miss it.
If some beautiful bill gives you a very, very big tax cut. And then you have no tax. The middle income on Social Security and no tax on
tax on Social Security, no tax on tips.
overtime.
Yeah, we know.
For the middle income and for even, frankly, anybody. But you have no tax, and the no tax on tips has turned out to be a tremendous thing. But when you think no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our seniors, it's the great big beautiful bill, which has been mischaracterized. But now people they don't want to talk about it because it's
no
so
fats
good.
Yet?
The enemy.
I'm waiting to see the fats.
It's so good for everybody. It's the greatest piece of legislation ever passed in the history of our country in terms of size. And hence it's called, they call it the big beautiful bill or the one big beautiful. I call it the great big beautiful bill. It's an amazing bill for the middle class. It's an amazing bill for jobs.
Great.
We've never passed anything like it. And in my first administration, so we had the greatest economy. Everything was good, but we're really outdoing it this time because we have investments coming in largely because of tariffs. And I think because of November 5th, the election result.
Well, yeah,
but we have investments coming in like we've never had before.
Mr. President, includes.
So, I'm curious.
Caitlin, behind you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin.
On Syria, can we expect an announcement on a pact between Syria and Israel, or an announcement
Syria
on
and Israel
joining the anti-ISIS
Yeah, you can
coalition?
expect some announcements on Syria. We want to see Syria become a country that's very successful.
Yeah, they're inviting the guy from there.
I really do. I think this leader can do it. And people said he's had a rough past. We've all had rough pasts. But he has had a rough past. And I think, frankly, if you didn't have a rough past, you wouldn't have a chance. He gets along very well with Turkey, with President Erdogan.
Rough past.
A great leader.
Hey, it is what it is.
He's a great leader.
Yeah, the guy that beheaded people.
Do you think he has a rough
he's like holding people's
past?
heads up. That's the guy.
The leader of Al
The
Qaeda.
Middle East.
Yeah,
And
it's a rough
I will tell
past.
you, I think it is working and really well. We're working also with
How rough
Israel
are we
on,
talking?
Getting along with
$10 million bounty from the
And
government.
that's working amazingly. As you know, Hamas has given us back numerous bodies. It sounds pretty gruesome, but it's
just
something
joking
the
around.
parents want.
Yeah.
More than if their son had been
The ISIS guy.
living.
Yeah.
Hard to believe. It's. I've seen.
I think it's good that we're bringing him
all
to
of the parents,
the
so
White
many of
House.
the parents.
I do. I'm in favor
And
of it.
getting back the body of their son, their dead son, is as vital to them, as important to them, as if
Yeah,
the
give him a
boy
chance.
was generally the boy was alive. And
Why?
as you know, over the last 4 or 5 days,
We're gonna have to live with them.
A lot of the
They're on the
additional
planet.
bodies
We're gonna have to
that
live with
they
them, deal with
said
them.
They've worked very hard to do that. So
It's not up to us to decide who runs their
peace in the
country.
Middle East, it's a great thing, and nobody's ever said anything quite
And also,
like it.
hopefully, the guy's a psycho. He'll be able to stop the crazy people.
Switzerland, you posted last week about about your talks with Switzerland. We're reporting that you're near a deal that would lower their rate to
With
50.
Switzerland?
Yeah.
We're working on a deal to get their tariffs a little bit lower because
15% is what we're hearing. Is
no,
that
I
right?
haven't said any number, but we're going to be working on something to help Switzerland along. We hit Switzerland very hard. We want Switzerland to remain successful, and we're
Not up to
a part
us.
of
Hasn't stopped us
Switzerland in the
before.
sense that
Yeah,
they've been a
true.
very good ally. Yeah, we're working on them and some others, and we're working on others to increase them a little.
This is just other random stuff. Honestly, I'm just going to pause.
Switzerland. What, you have
I'll
something to do
wait
with
for one more.
Switzerland?
He wants to buy a watch. He wants to buy a watch.
He wants to buy a nice watch. He wants to buy a nice Rolex.
Jesus Christ.
This
He wants to buy a Rolex.
They've been
You gotta
very
buy a
nice, you know.
Rolex. You gotta. This dude is a comedian. He's
Oh God.
It's a beautiful country. It's a small country, but economically very big. So we're working on
Yeah,
something.
sure.
Caitlin?
A meeting with the Syrian president earlier today, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is a big ally of yours, said that she would rather see you focused on nonstop domestic policy meetings here at the White House instead of nonstop foreign policy meetings.
Good question.
What's your response to her saying that, and also saying that grocery prices are up and not down, as you've said?
So I don't know what happened to Marjorie. She's a nice woman, but I don't know what happened. She's lost her way, I think. But I have to view the presidency as a worldwide situation, not locally. I mean, we could have a world that's on fire where wars come to our shores very easily if you had a bad president. We had a horrible president, and we ended up with Russia-Ukraine, and we ended up with other disasters, too. Don't forget, I put out 8 wars, 9...
Well, that's the thing. We have to project American supremacy and power. Whether we do that soft ways with trade and whatever, It's the reason why we back Israel in the Middle East, right? Because their military, the Mossad, intelligence agencies, they are the most powerful nation in the Middle East. And they happen to be the most aligned democracy that shares the same values, so many of them, as our Constitution and America has. So it's why we back them as much as we do. I am vehemently against anybody who is too stupid to understand that the geopolitical strategic alliance of being in bed with Israel is a bad thing. They're just so ignorant if they think that. It's literally one of the most quintessential allyships that we have.
Is he counting the console war between Xbox and PlayStation?
And look at the damage that
Probably.
Russia, Ukraine has done to us as a country. I mean, we spent $350
Is he counting
billion.
that?
We're not spending any money anymore. Now
He
they
should
pay
be.
us through NATO. I got NATO to go from 2% to 5%. Well, that's very important. When you're president, you really sort of have to watch over the world because you're going to be dragged into it. Otherwise, you're going to be dragged into a world war. I think if I weren't president, first of all, that war would have never happened if I was president.
Okay, all right.
I got NATO together. I got now catering to the other side. I don't know what, I guess she's, got some kind of an act going, but I'm surprised at her. But when somebody like
the Muslims, I take the half-hat people. Yeah, no fucking kidding. So I want to get exactly the details. The best way to get the details and short, concise bits of what the hell this meeting was about, because Asmongold does his talking and then I can't. It's hard to parse sometimes what Trump is saying. So, Bill O'Reilly.
Spin news for Monday, November. On the hour, something happens, which is, keeps me in business. Gets a little tea for the holiday season. Night, airport out. So Americans are doing what they always do. They're traveling, spending money. I mean, I know some are cutting back, but boy, I got to tell you, and everywhere I went this weekend in L.A., Southern California, so finally after 41 days, so finally after 41 days,
right here,
and this was all contrived, and I'll explain it in a moment. The government is now, looks like it's going to be reopened. There are a little more procedures.
Yes, exactly, Canito. Yes, way more.
Procedural things, but they got 60 senators to opening up the government. And
okay, so we got it. Fucking A.
8 Democrats, 8 Democratic senators, and if you want their names, all you got to do is Google and it pop up there. And they said okay. But, most Democrats want to keep the government closed because they closed it. The Democratic Party closed it. What the Republican proposition was, well, look, just extend the government spending into January because there's another rigmarole has to go in January. And we'll talk about the extension of Obama.
John Fetterman, I guarantee you, was one of the ones. And he's the only Democrat that I know of that was on public record constantly since the shutdown saying that he voted to keep the government open every single time, and he will continue to do so. I wonder who the other ones were. We got 10 of them. Obviously, one of them would have been John Fetterman. I don't know who the other 9 would have been.
Obamacare fees. That's what it was all about, health care. And Democrats said, no, you got to give everything we want now. And Trump said, blank you, we're not giving you everything you want. Government shutdown.
And we did it without ending the filibuster. That's pretty impressive.
That's it. Now, the Democrats believe they won this controversy because...
Yeah, because we know why they think they won. Because all you have to do is turn on CNN. You guys probably, and me, none of us watch legacy media anymore, legacy news. because it's dead and it sucks and they lie constantly all the fucking time. But you should have heard the infuriating bullshit they kept saying over and over and over. Well, the Republicans have the House, they have the Senate, they have the presidency, they've packed the Supreme Court. They own and are in charge of basically every branch of government without question, which is true because we have 53 senators in the Senate. So we have the majority, but we don't have the supermajority. And it's like, so the shutdown is their fault because the Republicans are in charge. It's like, no, that's not how this fucking works. That's not how it works. But of course, I wonder how many ignorant dumbasses out there, and I don't blame them necessarily. Like, look, you got a full-time job, you work 40, 50 hours a week, whatever, and you got like 2 seconds to turn on the TV when you get home or whatever. Like,
Of the election last week. Maybe they did. The polls are back and forth, but a lot of polls say that American people blame Republicans. Okay, that's not true, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, they blamed the Republicans.
Of the election last week. Maybe they did. The polls are back and forth, but a lot of polls say that American people blame Republicans. Okay.
Because we're the ones in charge. I say we're. I'm not even a Republican. That's hilarious. We're the ones. I'm just allied more with the current regime than I am with the woke insanity.
That's not true, but what are you going to do? So anyway, it's a complicated but interesting exercise in how corrupt our government is. And it is corrupt. It's still the best government in the world as far as our freedom is concerned, but it's corrupt. Schumer, the senator from New York, who's the minority leader, he wanted to keep the government closed. And since it's not going to stay closed, there are left-wing Democrats who are mad at Schumer. Roll the tape.
Breaking news. Chuck Schumer needs to be replaced as minority leader for caving to Donald Trump. Look, I may be the first and only member of Congress to say this, but someone needs to start speaking the truth. If you're not willing to fight to stop premium hikes on 20 million Americans, then what are you willing to fight for?
There's no premium hikes. There is going back before COVID, because during COVID, so many people were ill, the government had to spend the money to help those people who were ill. And now, by law, the spending for Obamacare is supposed to go back to pre-COVID level. But Democrats don't want that. Ro Khanna doesn't want that. He wants to keep the COVID level spending and then add to it the ultimate goal being the national health care system is run by Washington, D.C. That's what the Democratic Party wants. Okay. Now, Schumer, you may remember, last March voted to keep the government open. Okay? He was savagely attacked by the far left.
Yeah, okay. So this was predicted. 100% predicted.
I think we're not going to budge. And he's going to be forced to go to 6 or 8 of his Democratic Senate colleagues and say, look, I need a favor. Vote to get me out of this shutdown.
He's talking about Chuck Schumer would be forced to go to 6 or 8 of his Democratic colleagues and say, vote to get me out of this shutdown. Now, the interesting part about this is he said explicitly too, right? So like, let me find it. There we go.
to us and said, here's the deal.
This is Chuck Schumer and the Democrats.
We're going to vote to shut down unless you give us $1.5 trillion, and we're going to tell you how to spend it. And we looked at each other, and you've heard me say this. My mama did not raise a fool, and if she did, it was one of my brothers. And my colleagues felt the same way.
Yeah.
Obviously, this really was such an unserious offer. It's not about policy. It's about politics.
Yeah.
Senator Schumer is nervous as a pregnant nun.
Senator Schumer is as nervous as a pregnant nun. And here's why.
Because the loon wing, the socialist wing of his party, does not like him. He wants them to like him.
Yeah.
And so he's trying to ingratiate himself to the loon wing of his party and its leader, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on.
And I don't think it escaped your attention. Certainly didn't escape ours in that.
Yeah, that's what happened. So where we were getting on. There we go.
Roll the tape.
Schumer signaled he was going to fight, and then he didn't fight. Why was there such a disconnect, not even between House leadership and Senate leadership, but between what the Senate Minority Leader was saying and then what he ultimately did?
Because Schumer acted responsibly in March, but he got hammered so badly that he said, never again, now I'm going to be irresponsible. And he is. And he was intimidated by the far left because...
He was intimidated, and here's how you know he caved to the idiots on the far left. Schumer is up for re-election. And if he wants to support, and that's in New York, by the way, New York City. So if he wants the support from AOC, who's also in New York, and Mamdani, and all these others that have won elections, if he wants their support for his re-election to the Senate, well, then he had to capitulate and do what they told him to.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is going to primary Schumer. Yep. And she'll beat him in New York State. Unless things change. I don't think Schumer's even going to try it. Okay? He'll hang it up. I think the election's in 4 years or whatever. But Schumer does not want to be brutalized by the far left. He's a coward. He is. He's always been that way. He's not going to stand up for anybody but himself.
And by primary, he means that AOC will run against him in the primaries and try to get him out of office if he didn't do what she wanted him to do. And most likely, and everybody knows this, AOC in New York, she would win that vote.
Schumer knows the right thing to do is to keep the government open, but he's not going to do it because he voted against it because he doesn't want to get that grief again. And that's the truth. Yep. That's absolutely true. Now, Schumer doesn't really care about, in my opinion, I could be wrong, socializing medicine in this country. He cares about himself, as I said. That's it. It's to hold on to his power. But the real far left liberals, they want that socialized medicine. Let me just give you one startling fact, and our friends in Canada can confirm this. There are about 40 million Canadians. There are 343 million Americans. So, like Sweden and like other European countries, Ottawa runs the healthcare system. And it tells the doctors what they're going to make, and the nurses, and the drug companies, and sets all the prices. Well, if you want a knee replacement or any kind of what they call elective surgery, you got to wait a long time in Canada, sometimes more than a year. You'll be limping around if you need a knee, okay? So many Canadians come to the United States. There's also a shortage of surgeons in Canada. Did you know that? Because why spend all that money going to medical school and all that time, and then you get out and you're making, okay money, but you're not making American doctor money. So if that
our research and development in the medical field, the cancer treatment centers, we have the best doctors, the best facilities, the best equipment, and the best technology, and the best researchers on getting continuously the best over and over again, because it's a capitalistic, for-profit industry. Without that, you get just garbage, just absolute garbage healthcare.
The Canadian system were brought down here, and I was talking to Howie Mandel about that. He's a Canadian, Mandel.
American supremacy as a leader in medical expertise and technology.
And I was on his podcast. I think it's going to be out tomorrow, but we'll signal you that when it comes out. And I was talking to him, I saying, Howie, the American health.
I want you guys to also understand, Nazi was an abbreviation in German that basically translated means National Socialism and Workers' Party. I don't know. Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Mao, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I don't think socialistic Marxist policies work. What do you think?
Healthcare system will collapse because many, perhaps most doctors, particularly in Los Angeles, New York, the big cities, they're not going to go into the government-run system. They'll go to concierge service, and they'll charge whatever they want to charge. And the Constitution allows them to do that. Government's not going to be able to force them. So you have two tiers. The wealthy people, like O'Reilly and Howie Mandel, we can buy the concierge service and get our knees replaced anytime we want. But the regular folks can't.
Cuba?
They'll get much less care. They'll get physician's assistants instead of doctors, because there will be a shortage of doctors if the government runs it. So all it is, I'm sorry to be complicated, but everybody, all of us watching me, listening to me, you're all going to have to go into the health care system. Even if you're healthy now, something will go wrong. But just know what you're doing. And that's the memo. So Donald Trump under severe pressure for high prices, particularly on food, says that he wants to give everybody $2,000 unless you're rich. Not going to give the rich people $2,000. Fine. I don't want $2,000. I don't want $2 from the federal government. I don't want anything other than what I paid into, which is Social Security and Medicare. You don't want that because I paid it. It's my money. But do I want President Trump giving me $2,000? No. I don't. Give it to somebody who needs it. I don't need it. So how is this going to happen? How is everybody going to get a $2,000 check from the federal government? Well, nobody knows. So maybe the president will define it, but that caught a lot of people by surprise. He said it just yesterday. And I wouldn't be surprised if it happens.
Overflow from tariffs.
He says he's going to use tariff money, give everybody a lot of money, a lot of relief. I wouldn't be surprised. It's vote buying, no doubt. But many Americans are suffering. They're broke. So we'll watch it. Not going to be easy. And Congress may have to pass this.
We might come back to
Not going to be easy. The cost of everything.
All right. We'll skip ahead. See what he's covering next.
News Nation. It will run 10. Roll the tape.
It's the mid-1800s. The colonies have been liberated by George Washington, and the young nation has been strengthened by Andrew Jackson. But now the Civil War calls on new heroes to keep a fractured Union intact. General Ulysses S. Grant came from humble beginnings and rose to lead the Union Army against the rebellious South. His willingness to make hard decisions led him
generals all throughout history, and yes, in some surprises. So joining us now from New York City is Leland Vitter, the correspondent on The Special, and of course...
Bro, so the crazy thing about Mamdani, though, that's really kind of where I want to get to Let's go. Oh yeah. Pierce Morgan Uncensored. Love this show. You guys should all be watching. It'll inform you of a lot of stuff. I'll post that in chat. Let's take a look.
To the Capitol. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there.
Oh, man. It's the edit. The edit. It's insane. They cut the edit. The BBC Panorama edit.
There with you, and we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
The way they spliced his quotes together in order to make it appear as though he was saying something that he didn't say was wrong.
I think the problem that the legacy media has...
They spliced the video and put different bits together to make it look like he was saying something he didn't say. So they had the audio, you saw that. They had the audio, and then they did a panorama edit where they show the crowd so that you, the audience, does not see what is actually happening. Because if they had it on his face, you would see the cuts, right? Because you would see Trump's face.
We're going to walk down.
The way they spliced his quotes together in order to make it appear as though he was saying something that he didn't say was wrong.
I think the problem that the legacy media has got, it's not an institutional left-wing bias, it's that it's a bit boring.
It bothers me to no end that someone who is so obviously a chameleon, a charlatan, was somehow able to fool more than 1 million New Yorkers into thinking that his populist agenda will ever succeed.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a disgusting war criminal. I think Zoran Mamdani standing...
This is the only thing that, for Anna Kasparian, I get so pissed because she's stupid.
Up and saying that?
An admirer.
For me, the line, New Yorkers...
You're a fan of Stalin's. Mm-hmm. Oh, I was an admirer.
This was insane. Did you guys see this?
Admirer.
For me, the line is whether or not the individual spewing the disgusting, anti-Semitic, bigoted, racist rhetoric has an audience or influence of his own.
I don't think anybody should be criticized for anyone they choose to interview on their own show.
Should we, should I have someone like Fuentes on?
Yes, and then you should press him. I was so mad at fucking, what's his name, Tucker Carlson, because he did have Fuentes on, which is like, great, interview the dude, and then give him some hardball questions, some actual hard questions about the shit that he has said. Like, he's for Jim Crow laws. Nick Fuentes wants Jim Crow laws. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Jim Crow laws is before the Civil Rights Movement, and it's basically, Elridge 66, it was the segregation. In other words, Nick Fuentes is for rolling back black Americans' freedom back to pre-segregation, or to pre-Civil Rights Act, which is fucking disgusting. And Tucker doesn't challenge him on this at all, making basically all Republicans look bad because he's the biggest right-wing or conservative podcaster commentator on the internet. Actual institutional racism, yes. And his stance on Israel, ditto. He's fucking stupid.
President Trump wasted no time in celebrating the resignation of the BBC's 2 top executives after documents leaked to a Telegraph newspaper showed it twisted his words in a major documentary aired just before the presidential election. These are very dishonest people who tried to step on the scales of an election, he wrote. What a terrible thing for democracy. Well, Trump's critics, of course, are saying the exact same thing about him. In their eyes, it's yet another major media organisation bending the knee under pressure from the White House. But this case seems fairly simple. the BBC's most prestigious and long-running documentary show, spliced together clips to make it look as though Trump told the January 6 rioters to fight like hell and not to protest peacefully. How on earth can that happen at a tax...
Well, and that's the thing. He said to protest peacefully. He said we're going to do it peacefully. We have our First Amendment, our first Bill of, the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, and we're going to do this peacefully. He said we're going to go and we're going to do it peacefully. We're not going to riot. We're not going to do anything. He said that in his speech. And then when there was like some, obvious insider instigators that got them all riled up, and they started doing whatever they were doing, charging the fences or whatever. What happened after that was Trump tweeted immediately, because he had left. He tweeted twice. First he said, "Stop what you're doing, turn around, go home." I said to peacefully protest, etc., to do this peacefully, and basically two messages he tweeted: "Stop what you're doing in DC. You're supposed to be doing this peacefully." He said that twice. And then that's when Twitter banned him. Not even a few minutes later, he was banned, and nobody could see what he had tweeted. They hid the account. And then they ran fucking spin news everywhere. It's fucking insane.
Fair-funded media group which is sworn to meticulous impartiality? Well, the answer can only be institutionalized bias in the legacy media, a subject on which almost every US conservative agrees. Right now, it feels like they don't agree on much else. There's an almighty split playing out in MAGA media, sparked by Tucker Carlson's interview with the anti-Semite streamer Nick Fuentes. On one side are people like Dave Smith, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, who say platform everyone and let the crowd decide. On the other is Ben Shapiro and those who believe that conservatives have a moral purpose and risk surrendering to extremists in the way that progressives did to the ultra-woke. Both have recently appeared, as I have, at Megyn Kelly's live tour.
I'll tell you what doesn't change Nick Fuentes' view. Tucker Carlson with his arm around Nick Fuentes, grinning for the camera.
Wait, did it really? Hold on, Canito. Did it really block you from AI hate, it says? For the reason why it deleted your message about Nick just all you did was say Nick Fuentes. Wow. That's hilarious.
Well, Nick Fuentes tweets out America first and then triumphantly goes on the air the next day to explain that he has essentially used Tucker Carlson as a vehicle for manipulating other people. Okay, that's what Nick Fuentes is saying, not me. Nick Fuentes.
So what do you say to those people who say, why didn't you raise any of that?
Do your own interview the way that you want to do it. You're not my editor. Buzz off. I mean, I don't know. You want to go yell at Nick Fuentes? I'll give you his cell. Call him and go sit and yell at him and feel virtuous or whatever. That's up to you. I got the same thing with Putin. Why aren't you yelling at him? Okay, why? So I can show that I'm a good person? I care about what my wife thinks, my children think, and God.
That's not what anybody's asking. They're not asking, why didn't you yell at him, Tucker? They're asking, why didn't you actually do your job as a journalist and investigate? I mean, you're supposed to press him on the issues. You're supposed to push back. You're supposed to have fucking principles. You garbage piece of shit, Tucker. You traitorous piece of shit. Traitorous, treasonous piece of shit. He's a traitor to the United States, 100%. Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Three Stooges on the right. In my opinion, I'm with Ben Shapiro pretty much. I've never heard anything that I disagree with that Ben Shapiro said. Not a single fucking thing. Candace Owens is, like you say, she's just stupid. I used to think she was smart. I thought she was a good person. I think her intentions are good, but she's just stupid. She's plain and simply the most retarded fucking person on X when it comes to conspiracy theories. Thinking that TPUSA themselves had something to do with covering up or hiding with the conspiracy that got Charlie Kirk assassinated. That TPUSA, his organization, and that it's Bibi, right? That it's Israel. I get a headache. I want to scream. What are you doing, you stupid bitch? What the hell? You can clip that too. Send it to Candace. I'll put some kissy faces on it. It's like, fuck off. You dumb She's the one that's always saying, oh, and it just so happens that the dinosaur bones are always found by the paleontologists. What? Wait, huh? What?
I don't need to prove that I'm a good person to you.
And while all of this is raging in the back,
fucking Pierce is like, yeah. Oh, bro.
Backgrounds, Democrats are having their own battle for the soul and the future of their movement. Zoran Mamdani's socialist populism propelled him to victory.
Yeah, there are 4 parties now. There's the socialist communists / jihadists and globalize the Intifada and gays for Gaza, which I mean, if you need, look no further than absolute suicidal ideology than gays for Gaza. I mean, if you want gays to die en masse and be thrown off buildings, look no further than gays for Gaza. Chickens for KFC, true, bro. I don't like Ben Shapiro. Said he would waive the born in the USA requirement in order for Bibi to become POTUS. Nah, you gotta be careful. I'm sure words of that nature were said, but just like that we saw here, they will splice together shit. And there's probably way more context, and he was probably using satire. He does it a lot. I mean, a lot. Trump says a lot of stupid shit that you could easily clip together and make him look like Hitler, and they do. So they've done that with Ben Shapiro too. Like, easily. Yeah.
In the race to be New York City's mayor. Is he the template for...
Link it. Canito, link that. I will fully, in this chat, everyone's able to link whatever they want, send whatever they want. I will take a look at it. I'm open for debating if you disagree with me. I will 100% welcome you in. I will look at whatever. I'm not one of those who shun people and their opinions. I will always, show me the receipts, but also, you're free to disagree no matter what.
Or a radical red herring who's dragging them even further away from national success. Well, plenty to discuss with my panel. But first, I'm joined by John Sopel. He's the host of The News Agents and the former BBC's North America editor.
Thank you.
Who knows all too well what Trump thinks of his previous employer. John, welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you, Piers. Good to be with you.
So, look, no one knows better than you, I guess, about the complexities of working for the BBC with Donald Trump as president. You had to do that for a number of years. First of all, my kind of overview about this is that the BBC here dropped a massive own goal. Right? They basically invited exactly what's come. They said, in the way that they spliced up, or the independent film company October Films appeared to have spliced up the Trump speech in a way that was misleading. They're basically saying to Trump, come and get us. I mean, am I overstretching things when I say that?
No, I think it was stupid. I think it was moronic. I think it was the sort of error that someone wouldn't even make, having just left journalism.
It's retarded, is what it is. It was the most ridiculously stupid thing you could ever imagine.
College. You cannot misrepresent what people say. But is it a misrepresentation? Or did Donald Trump... I mean, look, let's be honest. Donald Trump had tweeted in December, there's going to be a big protest in D.C. Come along, it's going to be wild. And the January the 6th Commission said that incited the riots that took place. A number of the people who appeared in court said they were doing it because Donald Trump had... That's what they thought he wanted them to do. Was the BBC wrong to splice together two bits that overcooked what Donald Trump said? Absolutely they were. It was foolish, and I cannot for the life of me fathom why the BBC didn't just, as soon as this was pointed out to them, say, whoa, sorry, That was a terrible thing to have done. We shouldn't have done it. And I'm still scratching my head over why the corporation has dragged its feet for over a week since this was in the news.
Tom Mangold, who worked at Panorama for 26 years as an investigative journalist, he said this to Sky News yesterday.
I can't understand how it happened. I mean, changing somebody's speech by deliberately misediting is the worst crime imaginable in BBC News. You just don't do it. This film was made by an independent company called October Films, but the BBC carries total responsibility for what was in the film and the way in which it was edited.
I mean, you're not the only one, John, scratching your head. Yeah. I mean, I was going to say, you talk about scratching your head. It's kind of inexplicable that nobody at Panorama, which, for American viewers, Panorama is the flagship news show, really, at the BBC. It's renowned globally for not doing the kind of thing that's happened here. What do you think? I mean, the bizarre thing to me is it's led to the downfall of Tim Davie and Deborah Turner. So two of the very top executives at the BBC have resigned over this. But neither of them, unless you correct me, I don't think either of them would have been directly involved in what's happened here. What I haven't seen is any admission of culpability by October Films, nor have I seen anybody at Panorama hold their hand up and say, actually, we're the ones who should be resigning here. I just can't quite get my head round who's falling on the block and who isn't.
Yeah, look, so when I was in Washington, for all through the Trump's first term, there were watchwords for our reporting, which was, be careful, be very careful. But once you've been very careful and you've got all your facts assembled, be bold. That's what journalism should be like. You don't do things that open you up to criticism in the...
Kanita said weird. It wasn't saying... Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see anything. No multiple... I haven't seen anything
that Panorama has.
Posted.
Now, my understanding is that on Tuesday of last week, the BBC News executives had kind of got together and said, Christ, we've got a bit of a mess here. We need to apologise for it. And for whatever reason, and there are some dark, murky reasons, and there are some more kind of benign reasons, but stupid, they decided not to apologise until the chairman of the BBC went before the committee, a parliamentary committee, and issued a statement today, this lunchtime. You think...
Never want to... And when they do release an apology, and, we fucked up, we got... It's just like that dude on, what was it, CNN or NBC or CBS, somewhere around there, one of those guys... that called Trump a rapist and said he was convicted of rape, which is a fucking lie. That is not true. What they fucking put on him in lawfare, 33 charges instead. Normally it's like all in one go, but instead they just wanted to make it take longer and just bury him in legal challenges. So they put 33 charges. One of those charges got through, and it was for defamation. Do you know what he was charged with in this defamation and that he was convicted of? Because of his denial and his rhetoric regarding the woman who made the claim that he was, tried to, make advances, unwanted advances, which is just a bullshit story. She's saying it happened in 1990-something, 1996. Almost 20 years ago, and they couldn't convict him of any wrongdoing in that regard at all. But recently, because she's so distraught and she's so emotionally traumatized, well, that's been caused by Trump's ridicule of her claim. And so therefore Trump is guilty of sexual assault because of his rhetoric when he refuted her claim, the shit that he said about her bullshit charges in public, and that caused her resulting from sexual trauma, emotional sexual trauma, because of shit that Trump said. He basically got convicted of sexual assault, which is not rape, but it's also not even sexual assault. He said some words, she cried and got upset, and then they fucking buried him with a far left jury that could not convict him on anything else other than defamation of sexual assault, which is because he said mean things. I mean, that is what happened. And the dude that said he was convicted of rape is basically, he's taken the charge of sexual assault, and he's like, it's basically he got convicted of rape, which was a lie. And the news organization had to pay, how much was it? $10 million, $50 million to Trump because of their defamation. They didn't want to go through with the lawsuit, so they settled and paid him a shit ton of money so that he would drop the case. I think he should have never dropped that case. But part of the settlement was that they had to issue a correction, and they did, but they didn't do it on the show, on the public news broadcasting the guy's show. They did it in an article online.
Well, hang on. If you have got a vacuum like that, Donald Trump, as sure as eggs is eggs, is going to fill it.
Yeah, I don't see the link. I'm sorry, my dude. I'm not seeing it. Hang on. Let me check the settings here. Okay. Okay, got that. Allow users to post links in the chat. Yeah, that's toggled on. Yeah, everything should be good. You should have the ability to post in chat. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to community. I'm just going to give you something here. There you go. All right. Okay, directly from him. I would gladly, here we go. Let's show the receipts. From Canito69, we were having a discussion. He said that Ben Shapiro had said this. He's bringing the receipts, and it turns out absolutely this is, I know for a fact this is Ben Shapiro's account because I follow him. I would gladly waive the Born in USA requirement for presidency for Bibi. I don't know that makes, okay, it's weird. I don't understand it. I don't dislike Bibi, to be honest with you. I don't know of anything or any reason why he is not a good, or why he would be a bad leader, why he's not a good leader. I don't know much about him other than I support anything and everything he has done since October the 7th to wipe out a terrorist organization that is committed endlessly, eternally, forever to destroy and eradicate all Jews everywhere, not just Israel, but all Jews everywhere. They are committed to this 100%. And so the way he's responded and carried out just extremely, almost benevolent policy, I would say. The way he conducted the war, has been, in my opinion, just absolutely based. Someone informed me, yeah, that's the only thing, right? I agree with that. Canito, I went ahead and made you a mod. You have no obligations. You have no need to act on it, do anything, but it'll just give you the ability to do more stuff in the chat.
And by God, he has. And now,
if you feel the need and you want to moderate in chat, you absolutely can. But basically, we allow anybody to say anything unless it's something that could get me banned or it's something illegal.
The DG, the Director General's gone, Head of News is gone, and he's threatening to sue the BBC for a cool $1 billion.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's been waging a sort of revenge tool war on mainstream media in the United States. He's now turning his turret.
Fuck BBC. Yeah, true, based.
On the BBC, and it may be that pressure was being expressed behind the scenes. He's certainly been very gleeful in, I think, the downfall of these executives. What was interesting to me was this all came about because the Daily Telegraph got a leak of a memo by somebody called Prescott, who had been charged with examining BBC allegations of bias and so on. It wasn't just about this point. Also, he concluded the BBC's coverage of the 2024 election was more critical of Trump than of his opponent, Kamala Harris. He said that he found evidence that the BBC had been one-sided in its coverage of transgender issues, celebrating the trans experience without adequate balance or objectivity. And we just saw this farcical situation, for me, of a presenter.
You guys have seen it, I'm sure, but Pierce's stance mainly is the same as mine, which is that men can't play in women's sports. That's just abusive and wrong in every single way. It violates the whole fucking purpose and the whole fucking reason that we have women's sport separate from men's sport. It's not fucking fair. It's abusive. It's literally dangerous, depending on the sport. Very dangerous for women. And secondly, and he's been far less vocal about this, but I've seen him say it, is that leave the kids the fuck alone. The state should absolutely have zero motherfucking say in how parents want to raise their kids, and by every means, they should absolutely have no fucking say in the sort of sexualization of children over the consent of the parents. And by the way, we have laws already. If you are under 18 and you can't have sex unless and 16 is the age, and both sets of parents for both kids have to consent to it, right? So if you get married at 17 or something and fucking like Georgia or Alabama, and the parents have to give their consent about it, right? That's about it. But no one would ever, and the reason why we have laws that protect kids from doing stupid shit because they might have long-term consequences like pregnancy. I mean, they can't drink until they're 21. They can't vote. They can't smoke. They can't fucking buy a house or get a loan. They can't have sex. They can't get married. There's so many things that they can't drive until a certain age, right? There's so many things legally that restrict the rights of children because they're fucking children and they don't have what's called by professionals the ability to give consent because they don't understand the potential dangerous consequences of doing something. And so for those dangerous somethings, we forbid those actions. And transgender affirmation mutilation, in my opinion, abso-fucking-lutely should be banned on every fucking state and at the federal level, no matter what. Okay? Alright? That's fucking set in stone for me. I have no idea what I would do if the state decided to intervene with subpoenas, with court prosecution, with the police to try to take custody away from me and get my, my daughter is 7, but she turns 10 years old and all of a sudden some fucking creep, groomer, pedophile convinces her that she's actually a boy, and then the state wants to fucking surgically mutilate my kid and drug-induced mutilation, puberty blockers that sterilize them, by the way, results in sterilization, meaning you keep this up throughout puberty, you are completely sterile. You will not be able to have kids, both for men and women. It sterilizes you. Also, the changes are completely permanent. The risk is high, especially for detransitioners that regret at what they did. And you know, one Chloe Cole said, "How was I supposed to know?" You know, she went to a checkup after she got her breasts removed, saw a mother. You know, it was a OBGYN or whatever. It was like a clinic for breast cancer patients, nursing, right? She saw a mother that was nursing, and she bawled and realized she fucked up and said that, you know, how was I supposed to know? So it's pretty fucking cut and dry, straightforward. Leave the kids alone and keep men out of women's sport. It's not much to ask. It's not hard. I mean, if that's the moderate, sane take. Do you want to know? They'll call you and me far right for that. Christian nationalist, because I'm Christian. You want to know what Christian nationalism looks like? Nick fucking Fuentes. If you think I'm far right, you got another fucking thing coming. I feel the same way about it. Not so vocal because I'm not having kids, so it won't affect me at all, but I don't think you should be mutilating kids. I'm against circumcision. I don't even know about that. I mean, shit. I'm circumcised. There it is, right there in the fucking public record.
Called Maxine Croxall, who had rolled her eyes when she was told to read the phrase pregnant people.
Bro, okay, real quick, to make y'all laugh. Yo, let's just do this right now. Okay, Jim, Jeff, Freeze,
Please tell me why can't I have a little fucking moustache? I'm not allowed a little square moustache because...
No. Come on.
So I went on a date with this girl. I went maybe 6 or 7 dates with her, and I took her out to one of those tasting menu restaurants. You know, those fancy restaurants, Michelin star thing where there's like 11 or 12 courses. This is a good move.
Wow, come on. Oh well, I can't find it. But it's probably the best fucking
on air, which I think 99%.
I was pressured to get it done, never did, and I'm glad. It damages the organ. It happened to me when I was a baby, before I was conscious of things. So the recommendation is, you know, cleanliness, and the joke is hilarious that Jim Jeffrey tells. It really is. It's fucking hilarious.
Of women in the world.
All right,
trans experience without adequate balance or objectivity. And we just saw this farcical situation, for me, of a presenter called Maxine Croxall, who had rolled her eyes when she was told to read the phrase pregnant people on air, which I think 99% of women in the world would have found very difficult reading, because obviously only women get pregnant. And has now had, because of 20 complaints, you know, finding against her. So that plays in, I think, to what many people will see as a bias. Anti-Israel bias in BBC Arabic, broader issues in Gaza coverage, ill-researched stories on racism.
Found it.
Smells constantly. My dick smells constantly. It's an eternal battle against that smell. I can't even imagine what you accept in your life. Name me.
Because of uncircumcision. I
can't even imagine what you accept in your life. Name me one time where extra skin on the body is a good thing. When like someone gets old, they get that turkey neck and they're like, "Ooh, I've been looking forward to this." Some fucking 500-pound cunt loses 300 pounds. There's a big elephant hair of skin. And the doctor goes, "Oh, lucky you. Extra skin. Women love extra skin." My dick smells constantly. It's an eternal battle against that smell. I can't even imagine what you accept in your life.
Bro! I fucking love it. I fucking love it. The guy who made cornflakes prescribed it to prevent boys from waxing the carrot. Who knew? Who knows? Who knows?
So on. Now, the BBC is a massive organisation, so it's not entirely surprising that it's not perfect. But when you look at the scale of all the...
It's a hygiene thing for me. I'm glad. Yeah. I'm glad that hygiene is easy.
This, John, you were there many, many years at the BBC. Is there as many people like Nigel Farage and Trump and others are trying, and Boris Johnson are trying to make the case for? Is there an institutional issue here about the way the BBC is run? There's something to my door. 30.
Look, I don't want to give the BBC a free pass. I think there are some structural problems. I think it can be kind of, very liberal. I think there was a degree on the trans issue that the BBC was captured by a lobby. A lot of organisations were, and just gave uncritical coverage to trans issues. And
they all were. Even PBS, which is like, I'd say even PBS, especially PBS, and MSNBC, and NBC, and ABC. Even CNN was just the trans issue is look, nobody cares about adult trans people. There have been cross-dressers and fucking drag shows forever. But it's for like adults only. It's like this one club in that city, a city of at least, probably 200, 300, 400,000 at least might have one club dedicated to it, unless you're, in a very red state. It's one of those things that's like, they might have 6 strip clubs and 1 drag show bar. I just don't think that kind of shit, any of that, should be anywhere near kids. And fucking dudes should not be able to... There was a guy who claimed to be a woman, and because they wanted to respect his trans rights, he was being on trial, and he was convicted and sent to prison. But because they wanted to respect that he was a woman, they sent him to the woman's prison. While he was in the woman's prison, he raped 2 women, got one of them pregnant.
You end up in the farcical situation.
End of discussion. End. The end.
Situation where Martine Croxall is hauled over the coals for correcting the phrase pregnant person to pregnant woman. So, look, there are bits of it that are wrong.
Pregnant person? Are you kidding me? Look, I have Christian Bible tells me to love everybody. All sinners. All sin is equal, and all people are sinners. And therefore all people are equal. Because we're all equally sinners. It means I am commanded, literally commanded to love all people, no matter what. It's a constant battle. It's extremely difficult. For example, I don't love Hitler, right? But even it says it doesn't matter. You're commanded to love. And if everybody did that, the idea is, I get it, right? You just follow the logic to that logical conclusion. That end game is for everybody to treat each other with love and respect. That's the whole fucking point. So I do that. I have nothing against anybody who wants to be gay, married, anywhere. I have nothing. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't hurt me. That's how they want to run their lives and do that with their family. That's fine. Okay? But the state, the law, should not be allowing certain things to overwrite the rights of other people. For example, women in sport should be protected. You are overriding their right to safety and freedom when you put men in women's sports. For parents, you are overriding the parents' rights to be parents when you try to infiltrate with the state and get them to be on, puberty blockers and transgender affirming care. It is absolutely unacceptable. The state should have no say in these things. They need to protect parental rights, they need to protect kids, and they need to protect women.
But the BBC is also...
All people have the right to be miserable. Marriage. True.
Inundated with complaints from...
I'm a divorced dude. That's the truth. But damn if I am not one of those people that still thinks that marriage is a good thing for the family unit.
Pro-Palestinian groups, that it's too...
Economically, sociologically, the family unit is the way to go if you can get it done in this day and age where most of the women are woke, cuckoo, nutheads.
Pro-Israeli, and so the BBC is under fire the whole time. I think where the BBC has an institutional problem is that it's sometimes too slow to say, we screwed that up. Months ago, people would have been aware of the splicing together of these two clips from the Trump speech on January the 6th. And they're thinking, okay, heads down, guys. Let's see if we can ride this one out. Let's see if we don't get into trouble. What the BBC should be doing is celebrating brilliant journalism when there is brilliant journalism. They've broken some great stories in the past year. But equally, when you've screwed up, put your hands up and say, we need to investigate why. The other thing I'd say on an institutional level, they put out a documentary, which they've now pulled, on Gaza, where one of the commentators was a kid who was the son of a Hamas official, and they never made that clear. Now, not a single head has rolled, as far as I know, over that. Now, Piers, when you were editor of the Daily Mirror back in the day, if one of your senior people screwed up, you'd show them the door. And somehow, no one ever is held accountable until it becomes so rotten and so fetid that you end up with the Director General, the head of the organisation, and the Chief Executive of BBC News both going on the same evening.
Yeah.
It is extraordinary the way it's played out, and we've seen this time and again with recent BBC scandals. It's often the way they've handled it so cack-handedly that's caused more damage than the original offence. John, stay with me. I'm going to bring in other panel members now. Anna Kasparian, the executive producer and host at The Young Turks. Clay Travis, founder of Outkick. Shabos Kestenbaum, he's the commentator with PragerU. And Michael Blake, he's the former Obama aide and Mamdani surrogate in New York. So welcome to all of you. Clay Travis, this was really, like I said, an absolute home run for Donald Trump. The BBC, one of his favourite places to whack, who he's always believed to have been biased against him, basically caught with their pants down, being transparently biased against him, and now he's on an absolutely triumphant victory lap, including threatening to sue them for $1 billion. What do you make of this?
Yes, it's a huge win for Trump, and I think there's a couple of different ways to analyze this, Piers. First of all, I've been arguing forever, it feels like, if we just had incompetence in media, wouldn't there be some stories where Donald Trump, I don't know, saved 9 kids?
Elridge66 says, it died with feminism. Women now have so much, can do, yeah, it's true, they literally can do everything that men can do. There's absolutely nothing holding them back, and studies show that they're actually ahead, that's for a fact. But she says, biologically, all studies show that they want their men to be taller than they are, okay, make more money, yeah, be more educated, be a provider, be a protector, to varying degrees, I'm sure is what you mean, but yes, in general, that is true. All the statistics say that. She says, less and less men can do that now due to feminism. I would agree, that just is a logical conclusion. She says, I know I was married to my husband for 46 years before he passed away from cancer. Sorry, 36 years, she says, before he passed away from cancer. I'm sorry for your loss, Elbridge 66. I agree. By and large, and if you're talking about in general, Elrich, you are absolutely correct. There are obviously exceptions. There are obviously outliers, but everybody, there's that to every fucking thing. The vast majority of what you're saying is not only true, but it's overwhelmingly true statistically. It's overwhelmingly true. Women are entitled now more, and they have so much available to them, so many prospects. They can do so much more. Companies, if by law, and for example, New York City and California, there are progressive laws that are so outrageous. They literally have like hiring quotas for women, etc. Like preferable hiring goes to, people of color, women, etc. And that's before DEI, right? That's before DEI. DEI made it way worse. DEI was like Marxism combined with racism, and it's a tiered citizenship where the most valuable people on the top of the list are like woke black women, and at the very bottom, woke black gay women or trans black gay women, and at the very, very bottom is the straight white male. That was DEI. It had a hierarchy of people and said that first and foremost, the most important thing to you, the most important thing that matters to anybody about yourself is your skin color. That's what DEI says. The most important thing about a person is first and foremost their ethnical skin color identity and their sexual identity, right? And so the only way for a white straight man, a male, to rise upward in this hierarchy is to become basically either gay or trans. Because you can't change your skin color unless you're Michael Jackson, but that was a disease, and we don't judge him for that. It's just got sick. Like, we get it. But he did have constant cosmetic surgery to shrink his nose down to a thing where it looked like a Dorito. Love his music. Anyway, that's what DEI was. Affirmative action is still in place. All the pro-feminist bills in lots of states, there's all that's still in place. So you don't need DEI for there to already be a very biased, unfair advantage to quote-unquote minorities and even non-minorities like women, because that's like half of everybody. So it's the system and the progressives, if you're a straight white man, they hate you. And in fact, if you look at Charlie Kirk, they want you dead. And they celebrate when you do die and get assassinated. That's a fact.
He's from drowning in the Potomac River that ends up not being true, but it goes mega viral. Everything the mainstream legacy media gets wrong about Trump, it always cuts against him. In other words, it always hurts him. That's not negligence. That's what we call bias. And that ties into the second part here. He's already been able to sue ABC. He's been able to sue CBS. He sued every news organization out there. And I do think he's gotten fairly consequential results. Use 60 Minutes for an example. They're now posting the whole...
Justice is what he got. But he can't sue the BBC. And do you know why? Because the BBC is a British company. Jurisdiction, right?
A part of all interviews as opposed to just editing them. I think that's actually a win for all voters out there. But Piers, to go after a foreign news organization, who's going to stand up for the BBC in America? This is such an epic win for him. But again, it also reiterates all the failures. It's why Trump has won twice. It's why he is, I believe, right now, if you look, and I'm sure we're going to talk about it, the Democrats bending the knee on their 40-day shutdown, why I think he continues to be at the absolute apex of his political power, because not only are his opponents dishonest, they're also, frankly, morons, because they do things like this, which are easy to catch and which everybody can determine is 100% biased against him. This is a huge win for Trump.
Yeah, Anna Kasparian, I mean, look, I've worked at the BBC, not as an employee, but as a contributor many times. I've got a lot of time for people at the BBC. I think they try very hard to be an impartial news organisation. But this is really bad for the BBC because it allows Donald Trump to exploit it in the way that obviously he does better than almost anyone in the history of modern politics and media. And, you know, only last night, he, I suspect, realising the big story is going to be this, has granted sweeping pardons to a number of long-time allies tied to an alleged failed bid to overturn the 2020 election. Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. You know, he's taken the opportunity to do something that may have got him a lot of criticism, but is kind of being lost in the wash because the narrative around the world at the moment is BBC misled the world about Donald Trump.
Well, let me just be clear about BBC and how what they did was just flatly wrong. You don't have to be a fan of
Wow. It's a big deal for you to say that, Anna.
Donald Trump's to...
But of course, you can't say anything else. I mean, credit where credit is due. It's like, how do you want a cookie for saying the thing that is absolutely, undeniably, irrefutably true?
Acknowledge that the way they spliced his quotes together in order to make it appear as though he was saying something that he didn't say was wrong. And when any news organization does something like that, they lose credibility. And I think that's precisely the reason why these legacy media outlets, both in the UK and, quite frankly, especially here in the United States, are losing their audiences. They're losing their readership if we're talking about print journalism. And independent media is really thriving. But of course, there are also downsides to some forms of independent media because there's oftentimes no editorial review of the work that gets put out. But I think in general, the public, both in the UK and the United States, trust independent sources far more than they do legacy media or corporate media. At the same time, while the conversation in the UK might be about how Trump is a victim of this biased form of journalism, if you want to call it that, in the United States right now, most of the focus is on the issue of affordability, the fact that inflation has actually gone up a little bit under Trump. The last report from, our government indicates that it's up to 3.0%. He's
have a cookie, Anna, you genocidal maniac. True.
Starting to get a little desperate, so he's starting to propose tariff dividends to the tune of $2,000. So right now, I'm really happy to see that Americans are hyper-focused on affordability, which is substantive, which is important. But make no mistake, the media bias issue is not working in the left's favor. So if the BBC thought that they could get away with this, obviously they didn't. They need to report the facts accurately.
Yeah, and, Shabos, I've often joked to my BBC friends, and I have many BBC friends who've worked there before or currently work there, that you could shoot a harpoon around the BBC newsroom at any given moment, and you would be very, very, very hard pushed to hit a conservative.
This reminds me, is anybody in here a Final Fantasy fan? I've got a point to this. Just let me know. Anybody a Final Fantasy fan? Played Final Fantasy 9, played Final Fantasy 10, played Final Fantasy 7, right? Let me know.
Voter, right? So I think there's going to be
something is all.
A sort of acknowledgement that the BBC historically has been always staffed pretty much. I mean, John, if you want to contradict me, by all means contradict me, but I think it would be fair to say most BBC employees skew liberal. And I think, Shabos, this has been part of the problem, is that inevitably, if you have a group of people who skew that way themselves, and I'm basing that only on how they are with me privately, then there's always this temptation to skew the coverage in a way that is very antithetical to what the BBC stands for. But like I say, this here has given Trump a brilliant opportunity to do what he loves most, which is whack the mainstream media, play the victim, and also sort of get himself, as Anna said, get himself off the rap of too much forensic attention on what are some big, hot political issues on him right now. Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them.
Hang on.
AFT.
We'll be happy to know that Ann and I very much. I think you nailed it, and you'll be happy to know that Ann and I very much agree on this issue. The BBC splicing Donald Trump, the President of the United States, into saying something he didn't actually say is something you literally see from the Kremlin. It's literally something you see from North Korea. It's something you would have seen in the Soviet Union. And the problems facing the BBC are the same problems facing institutions of higher learning in the United States, where Harvard University, for example, 97% of the faculty identify as liberal. And even if you are liberal, that is very dangerous for the health of a society and for the health of a democracy. And it's fascinating that mainstream media outlets and institutions of higher learning, they care about racial identity, sexual orientation, but the one type of diversity they don't actually care about is intellectual diversity. And that will be the death knell for so many of these once reputable institutions. And I think Elon Musk said it the best when he said, "You are the media now." I mean, there's a direct correlation, I think, in the rise in popularity of your show, Piers Morgan Uncensored, and the decrease in both trust and popularity of mainstream media outlets like the BBC. It is because they consistently lie. It is because it has been proven that they are consistently biased. You know, the BBC had to retract on average 2 stories a week on Israel-Gaza, which is more than 220 stories total. This is not an institution that either the American people or the people of Britain will actually trust anymore.
Okay, Michael, I will come to you in a moment, but I want to get John's reaction to that. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think the BBC is flawed in an awful lot of ways. The funny thing is that if you work at the corporation, I think that there is a guilt of being liberal. And so the papers they look at in the UK most avidly are the Daily Mail, are the Daily Telegraph, those that are to the right, and thinking, what should we be doing? Because we get things wrong, because we are this or that. I don't think that there's institutionally a kind of, oh, we've got to do whatever is liberal. I just think that there is, look, I think that people care massively about getting things right. I think the problem that the legacy media has got, it's not an institutional left-wing bias. It's that it's a bit...
Yeah, it is. It's a radical left-wing bias.
And I don't dare, I say this quietly because it's difficult to say out loud. It's that it's a bit boring. And I don't dare, I say this quietly because it's difficult to say out loud. But they'll say, you know, on a news report, on the one hand this, on the other hand that, only time will tell. John Sopel, BBC News, Washington. No one wants to listen to that. They want to hear well-informed judgment. And I think that the kind of BBC and conventional media sacrifices so much ground by being bland and vanilla and being frightened of their own shadows.
Yeah, and the problem, John, actually, is that I've felt for a while the BBC business model is broken, and it's a generational thing. You know, my kids, for example, you know, my sons are 32, 28, 24. I don't think any of them are going to voluntarily pay a license fee, which is, you know, for American viewers, you have to pay like nearly $200 to have the BBC delivered to your home. And if you don't, you can go to prison. Right, so it's a kind of state-mandated thing. If you have the BBC and you watch it, you can be literally. I mean, look at Anna shaking. This is true, right? People have literally been threatened with prison, and some of them have gone to prison for not paying the license fee. The idea that anyone under 40 who are used to paying what they want to pay for streamers like Amazon, Netflix, and so on, that they're going to do that, I think is for the birds. So I do feel, John, that the BBC business model is unsustainable, and this doesn't help them because, you know, ultimately, unlike everybody else, the BBC is funded by the British taxpayer. And that gives them a unique place in British public life, a unique responsibility. And I just feel like this is what we're seeing is the beginning of the end, not of the BBC, but of the BBC's entitlement to charge the British public nearly $200 for the pleasure of enjoying their stuff without it being a voluntary thing.
Look, the BBC has a guaranteed income of £3 billion, $4 billion a year. Which media organisation in today's cutthroat competitive world wouldn't die to have that sort of guaranteed income? But what is happening now, and look, you know, I used to, when I was the BBC's North America editor, I'd appear on our main
You got a license for that?
Nightly news.
Oi.
The average age of...
Oi, hey. You got a license for that? Oh, look at you.
those watching our nightly news are over 60. Young people, like you say, Piers, I don't know whether my kids pay a license fee or not, but I mean, you know, I need to check that. But of course, what you've got now is you had Boris Johnson, the former Prime Minister, this week coming out and saying, as a result of this row, I am no longer going to pay the license fee. Screw the consequences. Well, of course, if Boris Johnson is enabling those sort of people to think that he can do it, then an awful lot of people are going to stop paying the license fee. And then the BBC is going to be in a situation where it's got to have all these services, offering radio and television and online and podcasts and whatever else, and a declining revenue because people are voting with their feet and saying, you know what, I'm not paying anymore. So I think the model, as it's currently configured, you know, is bad for the BBC. And what's happened in the past week is just, to put a British phrase on it, bloody awful.
Yeah, I think that's perfect summary. Michael Blake, thank you for your patience in waiting. You're a former Obama aide. You're a Mamdani surrogate in New York. You're running for Congress in the Bronx. Obviously, a very exciting time for anyone connected to Mamdani. He's come along like a kind of socialist version of Trump. He's very charismatic, very dynamic. He brings people with him. You know, he's a populist in a way, but on the socialist side. It's a big moment, it feels to me, for left-wing politics in America as to which way they're going to go. And a lot may hinge on how Mamdani does in New York. If he fails to deliver on all of his big, grandiose...
Okay, guys. First of all, there's so much legal battle and legal trouble and so little power that a mayor will have to be able to do some of the craziest and most insane things he said he wants to do. And then, you know, and because of, you know, he's just a mayor. He's got the governor above him, and then of course you have the federal government, and you have laws amendments and fucking like anything that's not constitutionally allowed, he cannot do. And so a lot of socialism, a lot of communism is pretty much explicitly, like, if not explicitly called out by the law as not, you can't do this. Like, other policies say this is how it has to be for XYZ, you know, free markets, business operations, and so there's going to be so much of what he just won't be able to get done. Second of all, to the extent that he can get something along the lines of, well, I don't know, free buses. Okay, great. And then if that works, which it probably won't, because all it's going to do is cost more taxes. The rich people already fear him, and anybody who is above, you know, upper middle class, beyond upper middle class, a lot of those people, probably more than half of them, are leaving New York. So where's this tax money going to come from, right? Because the rich people that would be paying into, you know, supposedly would be paying into that tax, are no longer going to be paying into that tax. They're leaving. They're gone. See ya. We're not about to live in a fucking communistic city. So it's just not gonna, like, it'll fail miserably. And to whatever extent that he gets his policies in, they will wreck the city and the economy of the city. And maybe that's the wake-up call New York needs.
Promises, which I have to say I fear he will, then that could become a sword of Damocles against the Democratic.
He's part of the defund the police brigade, which will mean crime is going to skyrocket. Businesses don't want, like, you guys have all seen the fucking Dollar Generals with the deodorant behind a fucking locked cabinet. Y'all have seen that shit, right? Like, fucking, oh man. It's like the city is Kenita, Elridge 66. It's Loot City. Yes, Elridge 66. Exactly. New York and LA, to a lot of degree, is Loot City. 100 fucking %. He missed more than half the city council votes. Yeah. I'm going to be pissed if he raises vehicle registration fees. Do you live in New York? I get that. I think that you did say that, too. You do live in New York, don't you, Canito? That's crazy, bro. I don't know what you're going to do.
Going into 2028. Conversely, if he's able to
move to Kansas, best state, moderates live here, come to the Midwest. That's right. Kansas is where it's at.
Really tackle affordability in a meaningful way that looks like it's worked in New York, that could well be the way that the Democrats win power in 2028 nationally. What is your view?
Well, first, to debrief this conversation, given my role with Next Level Sports, I would also agree that there is no acceptable form of...
You live in the heart of Brooklyn. Bro. What is that like? What is that like? I've never been to New York. The biggest city I've ever been to, I think, was probably Las Vegas on my honeymoon. That, or maybe Orlando, Florida, but that was to go to Disney World, so I can't imagine what Brooklyn is. I would fucking shit myself. I'd be gone. Goodbye. See ya, I'm leaving.
Of editing out factual information. And quite frankly, if they would just let the whole thing play, we wouldn't be having the conversation right now, because Donald Trump clearly said rhetoric that was...
All I've ever known, Kanita says. I only started driving at 30 years old, and really seeing the outside world. It was like growing up in Shigshina? I don't know what Shigshina means. Stuck in the city. Yeah? I feel you.
Was reprehensible and unacceptable. There was no reason to make those edits in that regard. People are speaking and seeking the truth. As it relates to Zoran, our mayor-elect, I ran in the mayoral primary, and Zoran and I cross-endorsed each other, and largely because we talked about a cost of living and affordability being the number one issue. When people are wondering right now, when one...
Yeah, you correctly diagnosed an affordability problem. Congratulations. Now you get to make it worse. Fucking dumb.
4 New Yorkers are wondering around poverty and paying of their bills. That is far more important than anything else that is happening here. I served in the assembly for 6 years, and prior to that, worked with President Obama. And to your point, Pierce, yes.
The city from Attack on Titan. True!
There will be people that are, quite frankly, hoping that not everything is accomplished. But let me tell you, there is no elected official that can accomplish every single thing that they have stated. And so there has to be the element of saying, how do we address and make progress on these opportunities around cost of living and affordability, which he will. When you think about what has to happen around groceries, when you think about transportation, when you think about changing the model of what is happening in our communities, he will be able to have success around that. And when we think about what's happening collectively...
Well, to the degree that he gets what he wants, it will like government will take ownership. The city, he thinks the city is going to succeed by taking ownership of the grocery stores. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever... Like, you're talking about bread lines. You're talking about bread lines. And you got to use taxpayer dollars to open up non-profit businesses that are going to fail because they're non-profit. Like, profit is the whole reason why business works. Without it, you have nothing. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Whether it be internationally and or domestic, everyone is wondering right now, will you be real with me, direct with me about the challenges that we're facing, and fight for me? And when you think about last night, what we saw with the Senate.
Like, for example, the tax will just keep hiking up because there's overhead when you own a grocery store. You have to do maintenance. You have to put on the heat, especially in the winter in New York. You have to put on the fucking air conditioning in the summertime. You have to have facilities, bathrooms. You have to have, like, and without profit, that's going to fail. It's going to fucking fall apart.
And the frustration of Senate Democrats caving, quite frankly. Why would you have the energy that just was achieved last Tuesday and not continue to fight? It is actually more expensive for your medical bills and what happens around ACA than it will be for SNAP. And it is inhumane that Senate Democrats are working with Republicans to effectively say you have to choose between meals or Medicare. So when you think about what's happening here in New York with Mayor-elect Mamdani and the wins that happened across the country, the reason why there's such momentum, where it appears he received more than 1 million votes, is that people are listening to how he is addressing cost of living. Why am I running for Congress in the Bronx?
Okay.
Because we are still the poorest congressional district in America.
If you, so Cuomo received 800 and something thousand. I did the math. When you add it all up, Cuomo, if all the other candidates would have dropped out and it was between just Cuomo and just Mamdani, Cuomo would have been just within thousands, maybe even hundreds of the vote.
Okay. This is all intertwined in how you fight for the core issue of affordability, and that's why he will be successful.
ExpressVPN is the simple way to protect your
sorry.
VPN, ExpressVPN. The big problem, it seems to me, Clay Travis, peers. Yeah, the big problem, it seems to me, Clay Travis, is the word affordability works both ways. I don't think that Mamdani is going to be able to afford to do all the things he's promised voters he will do. Socialism has never worked on any sustained period anywhere in the world. I don't really see how it's going to start working in New York. And many people think he's not just a socialist, but a communist, talking about wanting to take control of productivity and all that kind of stuff. It'll be fascinating. I don't dispute for a moment he's not a very charismatic, very capable guy who is a very skilled young politician. I don't dispute any of those things. I just dispute his ability to afford to tackle affordability.
Absolutely.
I would say a couple of things. I mean, Zohran Mamdani is someone who his ridiculous posturing is really unfathomable. This is someone who has said that he has really no thoughts on whether Hamas should disarm, but also believes that Benjamin Netanyahu needs to be arrested. This is someone who says, yeah, I talk about affordability. I don't care about the Middle East.
Globalize the Intifada is what he said. He was at a globalized Intifada rally.
When he has literally stated that Palestine is the center of his politics. Forget about anti-Semitism and forget about Israel. His policies, if even a tenth of them were implemented on New York City, would be so wildly destructive. This is someone who believes that we need to have a $30 minimum wage in New York City, which would kill small businesses. This is someone who believes that in the finance...
It's crime-ridden, I think you meant, yeah. Totally screwed, yeah.
Capital of the world, there should not be billionaires, which is ludicrous because in order for any of his policies to actually succeed, whether it's free buses, free healthcare, free grocery stores,
he's gonna need
billionaires and millionaires in this city to pay for all of those things. This is someone who has literally said that we should tax white neighborhoods. This is someone who believes that.
Wow. So your skin color now, according to Mamdani, now is like your skin color is going to determine your taxes. That's fucking insane. That's so dystopian.
Government-run grocery stores is not only a good idea, but actually we should be building more of them, which is ludicrous because there are people living in this country today who came from Cuba and Venezuela in boats because of things like government-run grocery stores. Policies would be so wildly destructive, and it bothers me to no end that someone who is so obviously a chameleon, a charlatan, whose previous experience was a failed rapper, the self-proclaimed son of a Nepo baby, was somehow able to fool more than 1 million New Yorkers into thinking that his populist agenda will ever succeed, which is why you have one of his surrogates today already stating he's probably not going to be able to implement any of these policies, because of course he won't. And if I could just say with 30 more seconds, Michael, I live in the district that you are running in. Richie Torres is my congressman. And it's interesting because I watched your campaign release video and you talk about Richie Torres is interested in funding the genocide and AIPAC and all this. It's funny because New York State Assemblyman Simcha Eichenstein, he said that just a few months ago, you called him and you begged him to endorse him. And you specifically said that you were the most pro-Israel candidate in the race with a record to reflect it. But of course, now that Zohran Mamdani won, you're kind of changing your tune, which is the exact same reason that last night you deleted on all of your Twitter accounts. You deleted any references to the fact that you've spoken at AIPAC, you've received money from AIPAC, you support Israel.
He's just taking it. It's a massacre. It's a massacre. One of the most pro-Israel candidates now siding with Mamdani, and then he went back on his Twitter and deleted all of his pro-Israel tweets.
And I got to say, the fact that you make Richie Torres out as a congressman who only cares about Israel, in the last year, Richie Torres has proposed the Women's Health Protection Act, the Paycheck Fairness Act, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act, the Healthcare Affordability Act, the Bodega Act, the Food Desert Act. And in fact, I don't know if the camera will be able to see this, but just this morning, Richie Torres is meeting with business leaders in the Bronx today to talk about SNAP and how disastrous the government shutdown has been. Meanwhile, you, Michael Blake, are yelling at one of his constituents on TV. Having a government shutdown,
anti-Semitic trash, what a loser, absolutely,
is disastrous to the people in our district. But you're actually stating that no, the Democrats should not open the government, and that people in my district, in our district, who rely on food stamps, they should not receive it because Democrats need to continue to have this government shutdown. So let me be the first of many constituents who say that I will not be voting for you, and I cannot wait for you to receive less than 1% of the vote, which is exactly what you received when you ran for mayor of New York.
Michael, just one question that I would like to ask you after what we just heard. Is it true you've been deleting all references, as Shabazz said, in the last 24 hours to any pro-Israel sentiments and work you've done for pro-Israel organizations?
Oh my God.
That is inaccurate. Let's walk through the facts that were just stated.
That is inaccurate.
What has been deleted were previous experiences and trips that happened with AIPAC. As I stated, that there has been a journey that I've been on from the initial time of visiting, because I've been to Israel twice, and it was not anti-Israel, pro-Israel specific to that, and it was not in the last 24 hours. Second, I actually received more than 200,000 votes in the mayoral election. What has been referenced was the first choice election, so to that point, that data was inaccurate. Third, what was repeatedly stated was I never said that Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect, would not be able to achieve everything. I said that there is no elected official who can achieve everything. Fourth, I have repeatedly stated that having a criticism around where AIPAC as an organization currently stands, where to your comment, Richie Torres by itself has acknowledged that he has spoken about what is happening 236% more than he has around poverty, that you can be against AIPAC as an organization and not be anti-Israel, and we cannot conflate the two.
Okay,
I am
but
an
Michael,
ordained
if I can jump in, Michael,
please,
Michael, just to jump in, why did you delete all references to you appearing with AIPAC?
Probably
because there's been a complete shift in where when we think about where AIPAC has gone, there's a substantial shift on where AIPAC has been and where it is going from here. And I think when we talk about the journey that we're all on, I've been very clear on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. John, I know you've got to leave us. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Couldn't think of a better person, actually, than the BBC's former North American. And I have to say, when I used to watch you and the way you covered and reported Trump and handled him, I thought it was an absolute template in how somebody from the BBC should do what is a difficult job. So I miss you doing that, actually. But great to have you on the Uncensored. Thank you very much. And I enjoyed these sessions very much. Thanks, John. Let me come back to Clay. We've got you back, Clay. I want to play you a clip from Fox News anchor Tommy Lahren warning Republican voters to wake up after the results we saw last week.
He makes a good point there, but I will say this. I think that it's...
That's the thing. Okay, Canito, you said you're a moderate. A lot of the people in this channel are moderate. Some are on the right, some are moderate. I've had one very, very sort of, I don't know if he was a leftist, but it was pretty close on the channel. Here's the difference between the left and the right when it comes to voter base. It is very much a much more difficult, harder thing to achieve to get the right-leaning or moderates out to vote for stuff, to care, to be active. It's generally harder to get them out there to protest. In general, it's harder to get them out there. I mean, you see this with Black Lives Matter, Antifa riots, burning down city blocks, LA blocking entire interstates and highways, burning down cars, Waymos. The radical left is very energetic in that way. They're funded. They're constantly supported by George Soros and his Antifa agenda. And also the biggest difference between the left and the right is that the right voter base, well, it's harder to get them out on the streets to do things like that because they have jobs, and like families and stuff, and like marriages and stuff, and like they have lives that actually matter and that are successful and contributing to society. So it is generally harder to get information out to them that they need to mobilize. That is a fact.
Always a bad idea when Republicans get too cocky. I think we've done this before. We've seen this movie before. The red waves that were always supposed to crash that never happened. So whereas I do agree that these elections aren't necessarily a bellwether, we talked about it last weekend. New Jersey, we wanted to win. We made some gains, didn't win it. Virginia, yeah, we maybe didn't have the best candidate. We lost it. New York City, they elected a socialist. You played yourself. But I do think Republicans would be wise to maybe have a wake-up call here and realize that we can't take anything for granted.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, Clay? I mean, look, you can't dispute that the Democrats collectively had a very good week. All that Mamdani may be a socialist, but the other big winners for the Democrats last week were actually quite moderate. Does that send you a little alarm bell?
A little bit. Look, Tommy works with me at Outkick. She's super smart and very talented in breaking down everything. And really what you have to go to here is the reality, Piers. 600,000 people didn't show up in Virginia. 600,000 people didn't show up in New Jersey that voted for Donald Trump in 2024 just 1 year ago. Now, I know it's an off-year election, and generally speaking, you're not going to have the same turnout. But if those same people had turned up, Trump actually got more votes than the governor of Virginia and more votes than the governor of New Jersey. Why did those people not show up? And I think one of the things that we have learned and should be ominous in 2026 is the people who hate Trump, they show up to vote for dog catcher. They show up to vote for their local community council. They show up to vote for school boards. The people who love Trump show up when Trump is on the ballot. And that is one of the things that I think the Republican Party has to think about in 26 and 28, because mark my words, they're going to quickly pivot in 2027, Piers, from Donald Trump is Hitler. He's the worst person who's ever existed in the history of the world.
Yeah,
the Republican Party is never going to have anyone as talented as President Trump. He is a unicorn political genius, and so they are never going to be able to bring out the voters that he did. And that, until we see what happens in 26 and 28, is, I think, the best argument that the Democrat Party has. And in fact, Piers, shamelessly, I know you got a book. I encourage everybody to go buy that. This book also came out, and it's all about how young men in America move towards Trump. Sports fans move towards Trump. But how do Republicans keep them going forward? And what does the future look like? The other thing Tommy has said, and I think she's right, women, young women in particular, are voting Democrat at record levels. How do you start to break into that monolithic Democrat Party base? Trump with white men, black men, Asian men, Hispanic men is doing great. In fact, look at those returns. The Republicans still won in Virginia and New Jersey, men, but women voted in overwhelming majorities against them. We got to change that.
All right, I just want to say something too, which is that Mamdani, I can't work out whether he is a blessing or a curse for the left, for the reasons I said earlier, that he could turn out to be a brilliantly inspiring leader of New York, transform the city. Many people don't think he can, including me, but he could do, in which case, obviously, he becomes a blessing. But he can't run for president. He wasn't born in the United States. But what he stands for could then be something that somebody like AOC or someone like that could run with. Or conversely, if it all goes to hell in a handcart in New York and he gets exposed as a very young, very, very inexperienced guy who talked a great game but couldn't deliver it, that could become a massive stick to beat the Democrats with, in 2026 and probably 2028. What do you feel about Mamdani? Because he is, he's the superstar of American politics right now after Trump.
I think what was so appealing about Zoran Mamdani was the fact that he really stood out as a young, charismatic, anti-establishment candidate, and he got incredibly lucky in that the field running against him was, let me just be generous and say pathetic. I mean, Andrew Cuomo was his main political opponent, and Cuomo has just a devastating record when you consider the fact that he made the decision to send elderly individuals who had COVID back to nursing homes where they then spread it and killed elderly people in nursing homes. Of course, Zoran Mamdani got lucky in regard to all of the other subpar individuals who ran against him. At the same time, I don't know if his policies are going to work, right? I'm excited to see what the outcome will be. What I just found particularly disgusting about how the news media in the United States covered that particular election is that most of the focus was on something he has no jurisdiction over whatsoever, and that's foreign policy. I don't care about what his views are in regard to what's happening in the Middle East. I'm going to venture to say New Yorkers didn't care that much until it became a political issue, and media just kept asking him about his thoughts on Israel. And let me just say to Shabos, I'm trying to be a little better today.